Your conference is now in question and answer mode. To summon each question, press 1, then 0. Each question will be asked in the order it was received.
Okay, we're going to start. Ooh, boy, it works today. We're going to start in just a few minutes. We're still getting all of the technology lined up.
Welcome back. I corrected the date. And then we're going to have to read this again.
Sure, cream and sugar? Yeah, thanks. It would be nice to just pass by on this, but unfortunately, this is a definite requirement, so we've got to get the technology going. Ain't technology grand? Thumbs up? We're good to go? All right. Welcome back. Thank you all for coming, most of you coming back today. This is day 2 of our 2-day commission meeting. I'll call the Building Standards Commission meeting to order. I believe we had a quorum before, and we still have a quorum. We had established that yesterday. It is 9:06 on January 16th, 2019. Pam, would you call the roll, please?
Secretary Badger, Commissioner Booth,
Here.
Commissioner Klaus-Buckner,
Here.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Here.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Here.
Commissioner Winkle,
Here?
Commissioner Patel,
Here.
Commissioner Santillan,
Here.
Commissioner Legray.
Here.
Thank you.
Thanks, and we do have a quorum. I'm going to go through some of the prefatory remarks that we went through yesterday, but just in case there's any new folks in the room. Remind the public to please complete a request to address the commission form, which is at the back. If you wish to comment on a specific agenda item, they're buff in color, I think, they were white yesterday for a while because we were copying some extra. It's available at the table located near the meeting door. Turn it in to the CBSC staff on my left. Indicate which item number you'd like to speak on as well. That helps us organize the cards. The teleconference phone number is provided on the front of the agenda. Instructions are provided on the back page of the agenda. I'll now read the instructions. All callers will begin in listen-only mode. If you wish to make a comment on a specific agenda item, please listen for the commission chair to ask for any comments from the public. At this time, please place yourself into the queue by pressing 1 and then 0 on your keypad. The chair will take any comments from participants in the attendance first, and then we'll move on to the participants on the telephone. When you press 1 and then 0, you will be notified when the speaker is ready for your question. To withdraw your question, press 1 and then 0. When it's your turn to comment, you will hear, "Please ask your question" after the tone. The tone will sound, and the caller is now in talk mode. The chair will continue through the call queue until there are no questions remaining. The commission will then proceed to the next agenda item. Please refrain from pressing 1 and 0 multiple times. Doing this toggles your position in and out of the call queue. Press 1 and 0 only once and wait for your notification to speak. That may be a while, as we found out yesterday, but don't toggle in and out. If possible, please call from a landline. I think we had a couple of calls yesterday that seemed to be on speakerphone, and the intelligibility was much lower than it would have been on a landline. And use the telephone handset only. I like to use headsets, a lot of other people do as well, but refrain from that. Basically, just talk into the phone. This enhances the commission's and the audience's ability to hear your comments clearly. Calling from a speakerphone or a cell phone reduces the quality of the audio and makes it much harder for your comments to be heard clearly. We adjourned yesterday at 4:30, and we're picking up where we left off yesterday. We had just completed the public comment portion of item 7E that HCD is proposing for the 2018 edition of the International Existing Building Code, Part 10 of Title 24. We have final express terms from December, the 15-day language, and the addendum that was presented to us yesterday. The Commission received this addendum yesterday and it appears to be a material change, so it may necessitate public review. Before we turn things back to the Commission, HCD is asked to round out their testimony with some closing comments. So we'll start with the HCD comments, and then we'll come back up to the Commission for our debate and discussion about motions. Thank you. Introduce yourself again for the record.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Kyle Kraus, Assistant Deputy Director with the Department of Housing and Community Development, Division of Codes and Standards. With me is Stoyan Bumbalov, Program Manager for the State Housing Law Program. Also with us is Staff Counsel Lisa Campbell from Legal Affairs Division. After our meeting yesterday, HCD realized that whereas we appreciate the lively testimony from commissioners and public commenters, and we do wish that these discussions would have happened during the public comment opportunities at both the focus group meetings, Code Advisory Committee meetings, and 45-day public comment, we realize that there's been an important issue that we would like to bring to your attention that is a critical procedural element for the commission to properly consider and for the public to properly consider HCD's proposal. Unfortunately, the final statement of reasons document, which we did bring for your review yesterday, unfortunately, this document was not submitted to the commission, was not requested to be submitted prior to the hearing, and the public and the commissioners have not had an appropriate and proper chance to review the final statement of reasons, which is the document required by the California Administrative Code, Section 1-415. We feel that this is a significant issue and kind of stalls out this code adoption process for Part 10. At this point, HCD wishes to withdraw the addendum that was submitted yesterday and return this issue back to the commission. Thank you.
Okay, so basically what's being withdrawn is the addendum and the FSOR that went with that addendum. But the remainder, excuse me, the remainder of the proposal is still in play. Is that correct?
That's up to the commission, Mr. Chair. We believe that
As your submission is as it was in the 15-day language prior to yesterday.
correct. The commission had 15-day language, which had the proper public comment opportunity. However, it was missing the final statement of reasons.
Okay, so we should be, just to clarify then for the commissioners, and correct me if I misstate this, is what we should be debating is the proposed item 7E without the addendum of yesterday.
That's correct, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
thank you. So that closes completely the public comment and the agency discussion. So we'll now turn it back to the commission for a motion and discussion.
Am I on?
No, you're.
This is Commissioner Sasaki. I appreciate HCD looking into the issues of the addendum after the meeting yesterday. I guess one of the questions I have is, so what we have coming up, obviously, is the cycle for this, the 2019 codes coming to an end soon. And this is a question for Mia about, for example, I believe that addendum should be part of the amendments that are approved. So I guess what are our options here as far as a motion, because that's something, that addendum of yesterday, I think, is actually very important to include. So how does that work?
How about now?
Nope.
How about now? Yeah? So what I'm understanding is two things. The addendum was issued yesterday, and the public has, and if I'm understanding HCD, this is a material change, and possibly the commissioners would chime in on that as well. And so that addendum hasn't been, the public hasn't had an opportunity to comment on that addendum. What Kyle is also commenting on here is procedurally, the final statement of reasons, which incorporated the last final statement of reasons that you saw in December, and the responses that HCD provided to the 15-day commenters, was not properly vetted by both the commission and the public as well. So part of the reason for that is we were trying to incorporate this 15-day in, and it overlapped with the notice period for this meeting. So I think if I understand is we procedurally probably can't take action on this package because we need to have the public properly review this material and the commissioners have time to review the material. What that does for us is we can bring this item back in April if HCD chooses to kind of, what was it, ask for a continuance like we did in December. We can do that and have this package heard again in April. Because, go ahead.
Ask a couple more questions.
Sure.
If we, and we had this discussion in December, so I'm kind of covering the same ground to make sure I understand it, is if the commission voted for further study on this item, that would actually remove the changes from the queue for publication in July. So because further study really means during the next cycle. So that I think what if I'm understanding what Commissioner Suzaki was asking about, and it's also my question, is it seems like we would have time to do 15-day language and talk to proponents and opponents of some of the changes in time for our April meeting, in time to make the publication deadline in July. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess the question is we have time for one more round, and I guess the other question I have asked, and I think I know the answer to this, but I want to have it on the record, is we're talking about one, it's an important portion, but as text goes, it's a very small portion of the HCD proposal that's controversial. But it seems like the language presentation, both for the commission and the public, is not in a form that makes it readily separable. I think there are a lot of little bits and pieces in Chapter 2, 3, and 4 that end up in different places or need to be addressed to talk about the question dealing with existing buildings and seismic safety. So I don't think it's possible to pass most of the HCD proposal and accept out only a small portion of it. I mean, I would ask if HCD has any response to that or any other commissioners. If anybody's got a magic bullet to make it possible to pass most of this, I would welcome that, but I don't think it exists.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's HCD's opinion that an additional 15-day comment period would not be adequate to properly vet the issues that apparently, in the opinion of many, need to be resolved. HCD stated clearly that we are required to adopt model code. We believe that we've continued the adoption of the existing amendment from the 2016 Part 10 into the proposed 2019 Part 10 that references the continued use of existing materials and methods of construction. That said, the procedural issue in discussion now, we believe is a larger issue because it's prevented the public and the commission from properly reviewing the final statement of reasons going forward. We think that means that the package is not ripe for approval, and another option would be to continue the adoption of the 2016 Part 10 for 18 months to allow this issue to be vetted during intervening rulemaking cycle.
And if that option was taken, that would mean that the initial publication of the 2019 code would revert back to the 16 code language?
That's correct.
Okay.
Status quo.
Okay. And if I understood what you stated is HCD does not believe that deferring this discussion to April would serve any useful purpose?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
If I can add, the issue with the FSOR was, in the FSOR, we are providing side-by-side and section-by-section comparison with the state law, trying to justify why the new model code, if adopted, does not conflict with the state law. And yesterday, we heard comments that were in general, what if, but our justification wasn't in general, it was section by section, related, intended to show you why we believe it doesn't. So you didn't have enough time to evaluate our FSOR and our explanation, and the public didn't have enough time to evaluate our FSOR and get familiar with our explanation. With the 15-day comment period, it's related. We have nothing else to propose.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'm thinking that the intervening, with 15-day language and the intervening time period before the April meeting would give people, question of whether it's adequate time, would certainly give them more time than they had, since we got a lot of this stuff over the last week or two, or even some yesterday. I guess what I'm thinking is that the commission really has, we don't have the option to move things back to April as part of our adoption process. Is that correct or not?
It sounds like there's a procedural issue. The FSOR being the procedural issue, it didn't have enough time to be vetted. So in this instance, I believe that the commission wouldn't be able to take action on it. So you would probably have the ability to continue for procedural reasons, so that the FSOR could have time to be properly vetted.
So in this case, the previous deferral from December to January was done something where there was no procedural issues. That was something where
A material change was being proposed, and the agency needed, the department needed 15 days for
Okay.
to go back out to.
so in this case, we have not a material change necessarily, but a procedural issue.
Right.
So the commission could find that with the procedural issue that we needed to defer this until April.
Right.
Okay, so we have that option.
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I could add one thing. That April hearing would also give HCD time to consider a 15-day comment period for the issue that was submitted yesterday in the addendum. So the FSOR plus the addendum language that may be helpful in mitigating some concern could be vetted.
Taking off my chair hat and putting my commissioner hat on, yes. I mean, that for me, speaking about the amendment, I think did a lot to assuage some of the concerns I had about that's one of the concern I have about reverting back to the original proposal language, is sort of what I was angling for when I asked that other question. So, and I'm speaking as a member, not as the chair here. So that I would encourage, if the commission remands this back, and by whatever method we take, that if this is coming back to us in April, I would definitely urge HCD to strongly consider the amendment, because I think that was a big fix in my mind. And, okay. Commissioner Sasaki? Anybody else have that? Okay.
This is Commissioner Sasaki. So if I understood HCD correctly, that with many questions related to the issues that were discussed yesterday, that there's not sufficient time to go through and vet those issues prior to, well, to have it in front of us at the April meeting. That's what I understood. Is that correct?
My response to that, Commissioner Sasaki, is that based on the fact that the public hasn't yet seen the FSOR, the FSOR, and the possibility that many of the commenters may still have concerns that were expressed yesterday, we may be back to the same point in April that we experienced yesterday.
Okay. And I guess that's my understanding of the process. I guess that would be my opinion too. And that's why, because this is a very complicated issue and important issue, that before I make a motion, I'm inclined to make a motion that we remain status quo until this is worked out. I know, from the standpoint of publishing, it makes it difficult, and it's also confusing, right, to code users. Why are we, in the 2019 codes, why are we back, at least for residential construction, under the 2016 CEBC? But given the situation that we're in, I believe is what I think is the most appropriate thing to do.
Other comments? Commissioner Klaus-Bruckner, then Commissioner Patel.
I have a question. It's probably ignorance and it's procedural, but if you use the 2016, are there cross-references or references to the 2018 that might get, is there a way to clean up the language so that if there's any references to other sections that are the 2018 edition, that's going to create a mix-up or a conflict?
It takes two. Am I on? Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't have an answer. It would necessitate staff, if we have to carry forward with the 16 code that HCD has and also issue the 19 code for the rest of the state agencies, staff is going to have to sit down and sort that out. So I don't really have an answer on how that's going to look in the new edition of the code. Yeah,
Okay.
sorry.
And we don't have a motion on the floor yet. We're still in discussion. Commissioner Patel, and then Commissioner Booth, did you wish to speak to?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. So procedurally, there were two sets of FSORs, right? We had the initial set, and then we had the one that we received just recently. Based on the original set, do we have the option to repeal the 2016 Chapter 10, bring in the new 2019 Chapter 10 with the existing amendments, and then that would be it? Is that?
The commission would have to take a vote on the item as currently presented by HCD, and it sounds like the item currently presented has a new FSOR that was not given proper notice. So that is a big procedural issue that would have to first be overcome. So the FSOR would need to be properly vetted first before you could take any action, which inherently means that this item probably needs to be continued in order to give that time. And then at that time, whatever is presented in front of you with the proper notices, with the FSOR properly notified, is what you would vote on.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Booth?
Yes.
Thank you. The importance of this to California's housing stock is pretty important, particularly in any sort of a seismic event. In particular, I'm talking about the triggers, et cetera, which obviously between the professionals, there's a fair amount of disagreement. And being an engineer, I do understand that disagreements with engineers is usually black and white. There is, unlike my hair, there isn't a lot of gray in there, which I wish there was at times. But I do think we, on a kind of a looking at the bright side, it does give us a little bit more time to fully vet this out. And I would just encourage HCD, along with the professionals who've been very concerned about how this affects, to try and work out something that is amenable and yet still protects the California homeowner and the California housing stock. So I would be all in favor of pushing it to April with the expectation that we could come to agreement on that one issue.
It seems like we have a procedural issue that I think that we should continue this at least till April. I would, even though we may not be able to resolve it, I would, and this may not be even possible there, I think the consequences of continuing the entire 7E package beyond April has just some, fussy but important correlation sorts of things of which code we reference and things of I would hope that HCD could figure out a way to make the April presentation divisible in such a way that we could at least adopt the 95% that seems to be non-controversial and leave the 5% that's probably going to remain at controversy, so that we can at least get updated references and things for most of the, as I say, the non-debatable or non-controversial items move forward. So that I guess we need to, I think we don't have much choice. Well, I guess we'd have two choices, but I would think that procedurally we can't adopt the motion or the proposal as submitted because we have a procedural issue. So that leaves us with two possibilities. One would be further study, which I think would throw out a bunch of things throughout the entire package for one controversial item. Or the other one is to continue it to April and kick the can down the road to a certain extent, but hopefully we can then resolve some of the non-controversial items and maybe even the controversial one by April, although I'm not sure about that.
This is Commissioner Sasaki. It is not, this is not an issue of just one item, just so everyone understands. And Kyle.
As presented, it's not.
As presented, and Kyle's nodding his head in confirmation. This is a number of items. Yes, they relate to similar things. One, in-kind provisions, and two, upgrade provisions. But those are multiple sections, in fact, more than 10 code sections. So this is complicated, and I think, I agree with what Kyle had described, that there's going to be the necessary time for vetting this will not be completed by the April meeting, and thus this needs to be, unfortunately, this package needs to be continued for the next cycle, not the April meeting. And so what we're unfortunately faced with is continuing on with the 2016 CEBC. And Kyle, correct me if that's not what HCD's current belief is.
I would agree with you, Commissioner Sasaki, that's really our belief, is that we would not be able to adequately work with our stakeholders to reach consensus prior to April. There is precedent for this issue. As you're aware, the Energy Commission had delayed implementation of Title 24 Part 6. It was addressed by information bulletin. HCD is prepared to issue an information bulletin to stakeholders to enlighten them and educate them on the delayed implementation based upon kicking this to the next rulemaking cycle to allow more time for proper stakeholder consideration during focus group meetings, code advisory committee meetings, 45-day public comment to reach the point where we're ready for adoption with consensus in a manner that would allow the commission to take appropriate action.
I'm afraid that I prolonged this discussion longer than it should have been by misstating a choice. We do not have a choice for further study because the proposal before us is procedurally inadequate. So we only have one choice. We have to continue this.
Correct.
A motion for further study would not be in order because the basis for further study is procedurally inadequate. So somebody needs to make a motion.
Well, so is it the commission making a motion, or HCD withdrawing it for continuation? I mean, as I
Choose
understand.
not to do that.
Commissioner Makajan, I understand and respect the idea that you're both presenting, that it's unlikely that consensus could be reached with another 15-day period. But my one question is, could there be multiple 15-day periods over this 3-month period where the FSOR goes out, people comment on it, and maybe it almost seems like the same words are being interpreted in 2 different ways. And I wonder if some common understanding could be reached with more dialogue, and maybe there's an adjustment in that 15-day discussion that HCD would be comfortable in making that would also assuage people's concerns. So maybe I'm overly optimistic, but to me, it seems like the best course of action would be for HCD to ask for a continuation and to see if, rather than going through this much more difficult process of, going back to the old code and having to alert the users that we had this situation, and then republishing something in the intermediate cycle, maybe we can reach a consensus. And I would say we should try to do that with HCD asking for a continuance. And if it doesn't work, we're in no worse position than we would be otherwise.
HCD would be certainly willing to consider 15-day comment periods. However, they do need to be limited to sufficiently related proposals based on the original submittal.
Like, we have one choice with 2 avenues. One is to get to April. One is for the HCD to withdraw the proposal and come back in April, and the other is for the commission to direct you to come back in April. Like I say, it's the same result with 2 different pathways. Could it be the HCD's pleasure to withdraw this until April? Or continue, I'm sorry, withdraw, excuse me, wrong word. Continue it.
At the pleasure of the commission.
Okay, so I need a motion. Yeah.
I make a motion.
You can do that.
I make
Do we
a
need
motion.
Okay.
This Commissioner Booth, I make a motion that we continue it, we instruct them to continue it till April. And I'm not sure what the appropriate language is, but to try and bring it back in April.
Just, could you restate it's item 7E? Can you just?
Yes, this is on item 7E. We make a motion that we instruct HCD to utilize its 15-day periods to try to reach consensus on all the items and bring back a full package in April.
Okay, that's a motion. Do we have a second? I'll second it as the non-chair.
I thought that in December, we established that we can't make a motion to ask them to continue.
It's a different situation. This is a procedural. We have the ability, because of the inadequacy of which has been
Okay,
pointed out by
if that's okay with
our
council,
Attorney
I just
General's
wanna make sure.
representative, as well as at the request of HCD. I mean, our advisor and the agency are both in agreement that there's a procedural glitch.
Right.
So I think that gives us the ability to do this.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Any other motion and a second? Is there any discussion?
Commissioner Sasaki, so where does that leave us? Because HCD is telling us at this point that they don't believe there's a sufficient amount of time to resolve these issues by the April meeting. So I guess what we're hoping is that they do get resolved. And I guess I would be in support of that if there's not any negative or
There's no other option. There are no other options.
Well,
We don't have the ability to vote yea or nay on their proposal because the proposal has a glitch in it. Is that an accurate statement?
Yeah, so because the item is procedurally deficient, we need at least to cure that procedural deficiency by allowing the time to pass for the public to review the FSOR. And then at that point, the item may look the same, in which case you would be able to take any action out of the 4 actions you're allowed to take. Or it might look different if HCD chooses to amend, go through a 15-day period, a comment period, or any other action they might take. So that's the bottom line is that at this point, because there's a procedural deficiency, we need to allow time for that procedural deficiency to be cured before the commission can take any action. And at that point, the item may or may not look the same.
understood. Thank you.
Okay, any other?
This is Commissioner Klaus Brickner. Procedurally deficiency aside, I can understand HCD's frustration with putting out this document and not getting feedback by members of the public until the last minute. And I totally get it. And if anybody can hear me on the phone or anybody in this room, it's unacceptable. You guys need to have discussions with HCD way prior to this meeting. So I encourage you to get on the phone with HCD, have meetings, because I can completely understand HCD's frustration with people coming out of the woodwork at the last minute with comments. Commissioner Sasaki could not comment until this meeting, but members of the public should have come to you guys way in advance.
Any other comments from commissioners? Okay, we have a motion and a second for the continuation of item 7E to the April meeting. I guess we should call the roll.
Commissioner Booth,
Yes.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Yes.
Commissioner Mickleton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Winkle,
Yes?
Commissioner Patel,
Yes.
Commissioner Santillan,
Yes.
Commissioner Legray.
Yes.
Okay, that vote is unanimous, so we'll see you again in April. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
How are we doing for time? We good? We're good? Okay, so let's start the next item. The next agenda item is the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development. Item number 8 on the agenda. Will a representative from the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development come forward and present item 8A, proposed adoption and amendments of the 2019 California Electrical Code, Part 3 of Title 24. Please introduce yourself to the commission and provide an overview of the proposal. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Winkle and members of the commission. My name is Eric Jacobson. I'm the senior architect with the Building Standards Unit of OSHPD. And with me here is Diana Scaturo. She is my supervisor, so she's the supervisor of the Building Standards Unit. I would like to keep this fairly brief and then only get into things that you've got questions about. I do have a couple of minutes that I'd like to start before we get into Part 3 necessarily, because it's common to Parts 3, 4, and 5. Administratively, we did make some changes to Part 1, Part 2, and Part 10 that was adopted back in December. And there are some related amendments that continue through Parts 3, 4, and 5. And I'd like to just address those once before we get into Part 3 specifically. The California Administrative Code and the Building Code In December, we did introduce the concept of removed from acute care service. And as a reminder, that was dealing with SPC buildings, which are portions of hospital buildings that have an independent structural system and a unique seismic performance category. For those that are not able to be upgraded to statutory performance categories, or able to be isolated from the remaining portions of the hospital building with code-compliant building separations, nor are able to be demolished without significant compromise to the remaining hospital buildings, we are setting it up so that they may remain a non-conforming portion of the hospital, but they may not house inpatient acute care services in them. For those particular portions of the hospital, we use the banner OSHPOD 1R, and that was introduced in December. So to be consistent with that, for parts 3, 4, and 5, we do have the introduction of OSHPOD 1R. Since they are part of OSHPOD 1, the R meaning that they've been removed from acute care service, to maintain alignment with parts 1, 2, and 10. Our amendments for 3, 4, and 5 also have OSHPOD 1R where it is appropriate. Similarly, for acute psych hospitals, the functional requirements were separated out in the 2016 mid-cycle as Section 1228. As the distinct requirements associated with acute psych hospitals that are independent from what would generally be associated with general acute care hospitals. We've added OSHPOD 5 as a banner to 1228 being the acute psych hospitals. So to be consistent with all the other parts of Title 24, for parts 3, 4, and 5, for the amendments that are applicable to acute psych hospitals, they include the banner OSHPOD 5. So that's the general overview for all three parts. And if there's no questions, I can go ahead and start with part 3. So, pleasure.
I have a quick question. Just a quick question. If and I understand the reality of basically carving out a piece of a hospital that either is that's not able to bring it up to seismic code, et cetera. If I was a hospital owner who spent a lot of money and did all this in advance, and now come to find out I don't have to do it, or there was a potential I would not have to do it, have you had any feedback from any hospitals that, hey, we had to do it, why is somebody else excused from doing it?
Is this on?
No.
Is it on? Yeah. Okay. All right. Commissioner Booth, that's a great question. And to be honest, actually what we've heard from the industry is relief. Okay. Because what's happened is that they knew, owners have had years now, years and years, to decide whether or not to upgrade those oldest buildings, what we call structural performance category 1, SPC 1. They also have an upcoming issue with the 2030 deadline for the SPC 2 buildings. So they have had many years to decide in terms of the viability of upgrading those oldest buildings. And by now, they have decided if they didn't upgrade, they've already replaced those structures by building additions or maybe even new campuses elsewhere. All we're doing is for the campuses in which, looking at the evolution, the oldest building is generally the original hospital with later additions and more subsequent additions. They've moved services into those newer buildings, but now they're left with this old building. They'd already made that decision. Nothing about this code proposal impacts any of that decision. The quandary, however, was what are they allowed to do in those buildings? And to be honest, our office had to go back and research code and the reasoning behind what actually in the Alquist Act could they do? Are they permitted to do? So this wasn't an issue of, this decision did not in any way impact whether or not they wanted to solve the SPC 1 issue through building new construction or versus upgrading. There's nothing about that. They'd already decided that, but now that they made that decision, we've given them well, I won't say we've given them, we've clarified the pathway for what they are allowed to do in those buildings. And that's really all this language does.
So in your estimation, there isn't any building stock that was slated to be either renovated, demolished, or replaced that is now able to stay in service because the usage is now allowed by code?
No. As a matter of fact, what they're actually quite pleased to find out, they are allowed to continue on with skilled nursing. The hospitals have a distinct skilled nursing option. They can continue that in those buildings. As well, they can continue acute psych. They are able actually to lease to outside providers. The other things that they're quite excited about, outpatient clinics, because a lot of times the physicians have those clinics remote from the hospital. Well, now what they can do is give up those remote leases and bring those into those oldest structures within the hospital. And the physicians are very excited about that because they can just run back and forth rather than needing to go out to their car. So there's nothing about this proposal that has altered those decisions in terms of whether those old buildings were viable to upgrade or not. But what it did do is, again, it now clarifies for them allowable uses because they were thinking they didn't know what to do with these buildings. And now we've clarified how they can use them still in a beneficial way.
Thank you.
You with item 3?
Sure. So for 3A, the California Electrical Code, OSHPD is proposing to adopt the 2017 edition of the National Electric Code, the NEC, as published by NFPA, and carry forward existing amendments in the 2016 CEC. In addition to the OSHPD 1R and OSHPD 5 banners that we just talked about, there are some minor administrative changes to existing amendments. The 2017 edition of the NEC does have some changes in it that there is some minor restructuring and renumbering that shows up in Article 517. So consequently, our amendments need to juggle around to remain aligned with the sections that they used to be aligned with in their new sequence and new structuring. Nothing that is substantive. It is simply keeping up with changes that the NEC had made. In addition to that, Article 517.123, nurse call systems, that is currently California language only. It's not in the NEC, so that's been part of the CEC for quite a long time now. So there's no conflict with national standards, but it is to maintain alignment with Title 22 licensing requirements as promulgated by the California Department of Public Health. And we want to stay somewhat aligned with the national standards, the Federal Guidelines Institute, as they continue to evolve with requirements, with standards for healthcare facilities such as hospitals. So we have looked at the nurse call requirements as a table in the California Building Code, which was adopted back in December. What the California Electrical Code response to that now is to maintain alignment with what we did with updating the nurse call table in the CBSC. So there are some clarifications that were made, and we restructured it a little bit to make it a little more user-friendly. There's no substantive changes, but we did restructure Article 517.123. Our proposal's been vetted through the public meetings with the Hospital Building Safety Board in the fall and winter of 2017-2018. It has gone before the Plumbing, Electrical, Mechanical, and Energy Code Advisory Committee on August 14th. It did go out for a 45-day comment period, September 14th through October 29th. And Oshpod received no comments. So the express terms before you remain unaltered from the initial submittal. And we can respond to any particular questions you have, but that's the 30,000-foot overview.
Questions or comments?
No, I'm good, thank you.
So, on? Okay. The materials we have before us are the ones that were circulated, and thank you. We can move on to public comment. If you guys could, the commissioners have any other, there are no questions, I think, from the commission on the proponents. If you could remain there in case we get any questions. Do we have any comment cards? No comment cards on this item. Can we check the telephone? Item 8A.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, thank you. This will close the public comment portion. So we'll turn things back to the commission for motion and discussion.
Commissioner Sasaki, motion to approve and adopt Oshpod's
Item 8A.
item 8A.
Okay, and just to clarify that that's for the adoption of the 2019 California Electrical Code, Part 3 of Title 24.
Commissioner McKittin, second.
Okay, any commission comments or discussion? Okay, we'll call the roll, please.
Commissioner Booth,
Yes.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Yes.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Winkle,
Yes.
Commissioner Patel,
Yes.
Commissioner Santillan,
Yes.
Commissioner Legray.
Yes.
Okay, it seems to be unanimous. One more? You'd like to, like a break? Okay. We'll take a 10-minute break. We'll start back at 10 after 10. Thank you. Now I am. I think we're about ready to get started again. We're going to have a long, busy day. I'm longing for the 2-minute warning clock that they have at ICC, but we don't have that. I would encourage all of the testifiers on any item, and I'm not singling out any, to be succinct. Don't go too fast for Mike to keep up with you, which I'm probably doing now. But particularly for agency, if there's fairly uncontroversial items, if you can simply refer, give us a brief introduction and refer. I'm looking at Oshpod now, but I'm talking to everybody. If you can make it succinct, and if you've got a non-controversial proposal where you've got no comments, it's basically all a green sheet. If you can let us know, and then the commission can ask you questions if we need more information. So, thanks. Another Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development. If you can reintroduce yourself for this, and this is proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Mechanical Code, Part 4 of Title 24.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission. I am Eric Jacobson. I am the Senior Architect of the Building Standards Unit for Oshpod. Continuing with item 8B, the California Mechanical Code, Oshpod is proposing to adopt the 2018 edition of the Uniform Mechanical Code as published by IAPMO and carry forward existing amendments in the 2016 California Mechanical Code. As noted earlier, we're adding the Oshpod 1R and Oshpod 5 banners. There are some minor administrative changes to the existing amendments. We did add a section on neonatal intensive care units to align with the California Building Code sections and keep alignment with Title 22, the licensing requirements by CDPH. In addition to that, on Table 4A, the pressure relationship and ventilation requirements, for better alignment with ASHRAE 170, which is the basis for that table, the ventilation of healthcare facilities, there were some missing functional spaces, so we added those to the table. And we removed some functional areas that are not associated with any patient care areas. ASHRAE 170 does not list those. They let those default to ASHRAE 62.1. And so we are too. We found no reason to keep them in the ASHRAE 170 table. We introduced the 170 table last time during the intervening code to make it more similar to what you would see in ASHRAE 170. And so we're being consistent with that. I'll note that the 62.1 is the basis for CMC Section 403 being the ventilation rates used for other commercial buildings. Our proposal is vetted. It has gone through public meetings through the Hospital Building Safety Board. It also went to the Plumbing, Mechanical, Electrical, Energy Code Advisory Committee. It did go out for 45-day comments, and we received no comments. And so it is only a green sheet that you're looking at. The express terms remain unaltered from the initial submittal.
Commission or questions? Seeing none. We'll now take comments from the public on 8B. I don't believe we have any public comment cards for this. Can we check the telephone?
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay. I think then it's back to the commission for a motion.
Commissioner Booth makes a motion to approve item 8B.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. We're now considering a motion to approve Oshpod's request for adoption and approval of item 8B, approval of amendments to the 2019 California Mechanical Code, Part 4. So can we call the roll? You're
Yes.
on.
Commissioner Booth. Thank you. Commissioner Klaus Buckner.
Yes.
Commissioner Mickleton.
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki.
Aye.
Commissioner Winkle.
Yes?
Commissioner Patel.
Yes.
Commissioner Santillan.
Yes.
Commissioner Alegre.
Yes.
Okay, and that's unanimous for the adoption of Part 4, the 2019 California Mechanical Code. The next item is item 8C, is another OSHPD proposal. This is the proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Plumbing Code, Part 5 of Title 24. Reintroduce yourself, please.
Sure, Eric Jacobson again for OSHPD. Regarding Part 5, the California Plumbing Code, we are proposing to adopt the 2018 edition of the Uniform Plumbing Code as published by IAPMO, carry forward existing amendments in the 2016 CPC. The same applies for OSHPD 1R and OSHPD 5 banners, and there are some minor administrative changes to the existing amendments. Table 4-2 provides the minimum plumbing fixture requirements for health facilities for all the facilities under OSHPD jurisdiction. There were a few functional spaces that were not on that table and they've been added. It is not substantive, and it's for better alignment with the existing functional requirements in CBSC sections 1224, 1225, 1226, 1227, and 1228. It has been vetted through public hearings before the Hospital Building Safety Board. It did go through the Plumbing, Electrical, Mechanical, Energy Code Advisory Committee. It did go out for 45-day public comment period. We did receive one comment. It is the same comment that you heard yesterday when you were reviewing the HCD requirements or submittal. The commenter expressed opposition to Model Code UPC section 715.3 and wanting is relative to the language regarding a restriction on lining to repair cast iron soil pipe. This language is model code language, is from IAPMO. It is not amended by OSHPD, so we have no amendments to modify, and quite frankly, I don't believe it's subject to rulemaking for our particular package. So the express terms remain unaltered from the initial submittal. That's what you have before you in the screen sheet.
Any comments or questions on the part of the commission? Okay. We'll now, do we have any public comment cards on this item? Okay. We'll now turn to the telephone for item 8C. If there are any folks, toggle yourselves into the queue, and we'll check to see if there are any public comments on the phone. On item 8C.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay. So I think then it's back to, that closes the public comment on item 8C, so we're back to the commission for a motion on item 8C, Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development's request for adoption and approval of amendments to the 2019 California Plumbing Code, Part 5 of Title 24.
Commissioner Booth moves to approve item 8C.
Commissioner Mickleton, second.
Any comments or questions, commentary from the commission? I think we can have a roll call.
Commissioner Booth.
Yes.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner.
Yes.
Commissioner Mickleton.
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki.
Aye.
Commissioner Winkle.
Yes.
Commissioner Patel.
Yes.
Commissioner Santillan.
Yes.
Commissioner Alegre.
Yes.
Okay, I believe that's a unanimous vote. So item is adopted. The next item up is item 9, which is also an Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development item 9A and 9B. And this is a two-part finding of emergency and proposed emergency administrative building standards allowing hospitals to apply for seismic safety upgrade extensions pursuant to Assembly Bill 2190, Chapter 673 and the statutes of 2018. The proposed emergency administrative building amendments would amend the 2016 California Administrative Code, Part 1 of Title 2. Excuse me, Title 24.
24.
About that one. Again, I'm reading verbatim. Apologies. The commission take this in two steps. We'll first take action on the finding of emergency and determine whether the finding is acceptable. The commission must either concur or not concur with the state agency finding of emergency. If the commission does not concur with the finding of emergency, no further action will be taken on the emergency regulations. Conversely, if we do concur, the commission will then consider the proposed emergency regulations and take action to approve, disapprove, return for further study, or approve as amended the proposed code change based upon the criteria stated in Health and Safety Code 18930. So will a representative of OSHPD give us an overview of the first item, 9A, which is the finding of emergency? And identify yourself.
Good morning. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Commissioner staff, I am Chris Tokas with the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development. I am the Division Chief in charge of our Building Standards Unit.
Can you go just a little slower for the transcriber?
And with me, I have the Supervisor of the Building Standards Unit, Ms. Diana Scaturo, Architect, and our Principal Structural Engineer, Dr. Roy Lobo. Until the end of 2018, California law required that a general acute care hospital building that is determined to be a potential risk of collapse or poses significant loss of life in an event of a seismic activity to be replaced, to be retrofitted, rebuilt, or removed from acute care services by January 1st, 2020. This last September, after the legislative session concluded, Governor Brown signed into law Assembly Bill 2190. AB 2190 permits all hospitals with buildings that they are subject to the January 1st, 2020 requirements to apply for an additional time extension. Furthermore, the bill requires OSHPD to grant an extension of time to an owner who is subject to the January 1st, 2020 deadline if specified conditions are met. To give you an idea of what those conditions are, what the bill does, that is going to essentially permit us to bring in front of you the emergency regulations package that is going to amend Part 1, Chapter 6 of the California Administrative Code.
Slow down, please.
First of all, it says that buildings that they are going to be removed from acute care services do not have the right to apply for this extension. Second, it addresses buildings that they're slated to be replaced or retrofit. And those are defined terms by law. Replace means take the acute care services out from those buildings and bring them into a current conforming building. So for those buildings that are slated to be replaced or retrofit, they, in accordance with the law, they can submit an application no later than April 1st, 2019, this coming April. Then, by the same time frame, they have to submit a construction schedule, which is pivotal to, again, the justification that they're going to provide. obtain a building permit, begin construction, identify two of the milestones that are contained in the construction schedule, and then submit quarterly report thereafter until they're in full compliance. And they have in total 2.5 years to be in compliance, thereby July 1st of 2022. Those two milestones that I mentioned earlier that they will identify from their construction schedule, they have to meet them at all cost. And when I say at all cost, if they don't meet them, the law specifies monetary penalties. And the monetary penalties are $5,000 per day until the milestones are met. When it comes down to buildings that are going to be rebuilt, and rebuilt means I have an existing collapse hazard building, and thereby I am building a brand new one, and I'm going to replace that existing building. The requirements are a little different because of the amount of time that it's going to take to build that building. They still have to apply by April 1st, 2019. It's the same deadline for the application to receive the time extension. And they can receive up to 5 years, essentially January 1st of 2025. What they need to do is by July 1st of 2020, they have to submit a complete set of documents that are ready for review in order for us to review and issue approval and thereby building permit to rebuild that subject building. By January 1st, 2022, they have to submit a construction schedule containing various milestones. They have to obtain permit by the same day, January 1st, 2022. They have to begin construction. They have, in the meanwhile, to identify two major milestones out of that construction schedule, which they're going to be held accountable to meet. And in addition to that, they have to submit quarterly reports as far as status of compliance. And by January 1st, 2025, they have to be in full compliance. So from what you can see, those are aggressive timelines, specifically with regards to applying for the time extension. The bill essentially is effective January 1st, this January, so they have until April to put together everything that they need in order to submit an application to us and thereby give them the extension based on their justification. So that's essentially, okay, so the reason why we come in front of you requesting in this case the proposed regulations package to be considered under the emergency authority that the bill has granted to us.
Okay. Just a couple. Sorry. Someone is good at fixing green lights. We definitely need to figure out how to do that. Any questions or comments from the commission?
I have a question.
Okay. Commissioner
Just curious, I understand the reason for it. Do you have an idea as to how many either numbers of buildings or square footage of, and are they more rural or are they more urban?
With regards to the number of buildings today in our building inventory, we still have 168 what we call SPC1 buildings. Buildings, essentially, they are tagged as collapse hazard buildings or posing a threat to life.
And they're in acute care?
That they provide acute care services through those buildings. Now, with regards to number of beds and things like that, okay, so that's not a good measuring stick because some do have acute care beds in addition to other services. Some just have only support services. But regardless what, from the licensing perspective, they are acute care services buildings. Now, one might want to look, okay, so at the inventory in terms of facilities. So those 168 buildings belong to 69 facilities. As far as geographical distribution, they are pretty much up and down the state. And primarily they're concentrated in the Los Angeles area. So if you look at the cluster of facilities. As far as square footage, it's not known to us. It's not known to us, okay, so because, again, when it comes down to a rebuild, we don't really know the size of the new building that they're going to bring in. And as far as an existing SPC1 building, then also the square footage, okay, so it's, we're not gonna know until, okay, so we see which building they are going to and what the extent is, and is what type of retrofit they're gonna bring forward.
Okay, and I'll add, and I just want to ask one final, kind of a hypothetical. Assuming a building or facility does not meet any of the targets, do you anticipate either the facility closing, or do you anticipate another extension being granted?
When, I presume when you talk about targets is the final compliance date.
Correct.
What existing law basically has given us as far as authority is we are going to report the non-compliance to the Department of Public Health. And the Department of Public Health, from that point on, so they have, okay, so the option either not to renew the license, or essentially, okay, so in this case, discontinue the license of the facility, depending, okay, so on the circumstances that they're confronted with.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Sasaki, do you have a question?
Yes. So the deadline date to apply for extension, as I understand it, is April 1
Yes.
of this year?
This year.
Okay, given that it is mid-January, I mean, I understand you're complying with the law, but is that going to give sufficient time for those hospitals to get their extensions in? And that's more of a, I don't know, rhetorical question, I guess. I assume that, I mean, all these hospitals, the 69 facilities that have these types of facilities are well aware of schedules. So I guess I'm just wondering if you believe that they're all going to be compliant with that April 1 date. And, you know, you obviously don't know.
The short answer is yes, they're going to meet it, and this is why they're going to meet it. Sitting here today, we're so saying that all 168 buildings are going to apply for the extension. Probably not, and here's why. Some that they are planning to retrofit or rebuild, they will. But those 168 buildings, essentially some of them do not have acute care services there today. So they have to officially have a removal project so that we can remove it from our building inventory. As far as the tools that we have employed, the minute that the bill became essentially law, before it even became effective, we started working feverishly in order to put together, okay, so all the tools that the hospitals require in order to submit electronically, okay, so their applications. So everything is on our website. We have spent considerable amount of effort to basically disseminate that information and get the hospitals, and they're working as we speak right now in order to submit their applications. Time-wise, I don't want to say there is ample time, but it will be achieved.
Thank you.
And any other questions or comments? And because the bill became effective January 1st, the timeline is running at the moment, which is the nature of the emergency. Is that
correct?
Accurate? Okay, thank you. Do we have any public comment cards? Can we go to the telephone for item 9A? I would ask people who are, if they're on the phone, go ahead and toggle yourself into the queue by pressing 1 and then 0. And let's check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, so I think that'll close the public comment hearing on the emergency. So now we need a motion for item 9A.
Commissioner Mickelton move to approve motion for emergency.
Okay.
Commissioner Sasaki seconds.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval of emergency for the seismic provisions of item 9A. Can we call the roll?
Commissioner Booth?
Yes.
Commissioner Klaus-Buckner?
Yes.
Commissioner Mickelton?
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki?
Aye.
Commissioner Winkle?
Yes.
Commissioner Patel?
Yes.
Commissioner Santillan?
Yes.
Commissioner Legray.
Yes.
Okay, it's unanimous, so the finding of emergency is affirmed, so now we can move to item 9B, which is the proposed emergency administrative standards. We'll add additional compliance deadlines and extensions to the 2016 California Administrative Code. If approved, the emergency building standards will take effect upon filing with the Secretary of State. Could you give us an overview and identify yourself and then give us an overview of this, please?
Chris Tokas with OSHPD. As I mentioned earlier, the proposed package of the emergency regulations that you have in front of you essentially is structured to delineate the process that an applicant has to follow in order to apply for this time extension. So on page 1 of the proposed package, we have reiterated the definitions of what rebuild, removal, replacement plan, and retrofit plan is. There is, again, exact replication of the language that we have, I guess, from the actual bill. Okay. And essentially, if you go through the package itself, as I mentioned earlier, it gives procedurally all the steps that somebody has to follow in order to basically submit their application and receive the extension. But without basically belaboring the situation, what I want, it's not going to be any different than my previous testimony as far as, I guess, what the bill says, but what I want to point out to you is in December, when we submitted, I guess, the request for, again, emergency regulations, the Building Standards Commission, it was, again, submitted again, and after that, we reviewed it and we found some editorial issues. So the package that you have in front of you contains, again, those changes due to the editorial findings. So, and if you go on page 1, I guess, of our proposal, with item 4 delineates the addendum items and shows them in gray.
Can you let me,
I'm sorry to chime in. I just want to make sure the commissioners have the addendum in front of them. We passed it out yesterday, but what you're looking for was a purple piece of paper that says agenda item 9B. It's an addendum to this. And as Chris was saying, it's the exact same language all over again on 6 pages. And in gray shading are the addenda items. And they are editorial?
Editorial. Okay. One item that might not be perceived as editorial is when it discusses the number of days. And for example, because I'm going to find a location, I guess, of where, so we do have the classic example. If you go on page 4, right at the top, under subsection 2, a construction schedule is, and it has been replaced with shall be, submitted within 15, and it used to say days. The fundamental question, if I'm an applicant, is it 15 calendar days or is it 15 business days in this case? So that was clarified through this addendum to basically give better clarity to the applicants and understand what the real requirement is.
I'm looking down the dais here a little bit. I think that this is not a substantive change. I don't think that thinking about our discussion earlier today about substantive and what our actions available are, I don't think this is going to preclude us from acting today. So,
so other than that, so again, following the direction so that Commissioner Klaus Branker brought earlier, you will see that is has been replaced with shall be, and so on. So we took it to heart, so and we obliged. So that's what the addendum essentially represents.
Okay. Are there any commissioner questions or comments of the agency before? Okay, we'll now take comments from the members of the public on item 9B. We have no public comment cards. Remind the public or anyone who's on the phone who wishes to speak about 9B, make sure you're toggled into the queue by pressing 1 and then 0. Do we have anyone on the phone?
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, with no one in the audience and no one on the phone, that closes the public comment portion for item 9B. We'll now take it back to the commission for a motion to consider OSHPD's proposed emergency administrative standards.
Commissioner Sasaki moved to adopt and approve item 9B.
Commissioner McKitchen, second.
As amended.
As amended.
Commissioner McKitchen, second.
Okay, any comments or questions? Does anybody have any questions about the amendments, or they all found the paper? Okay, I think we're ready to call a roll.
Commissioner Booth,
Yes.
Commissioner Kloss-Buckner,
Yes.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Winkle,
Yes?
Commissioner Patel,
Yes.
Commissioner Santillan,
Yes.
Commissioner Legray.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, the next item is the California Building Standards Commission. The first item is 10A. The representatives from the Building Standards Commission are coming forward. They'll present item 10A, proposed adoption and amendments of the 2019 California Electrical Code, Part 3 of Title 24. Introduce yourself for the record and provide us an overview of the proposal. And I'll give you the same admonition I gave OSHPD, and I'll continue it for the rest of the day. Be as brief as you can, please.
Thank you, Chair Winkle. Good morning, Vice Chair Winkle and Commissioners. My name is Michael Neerman with the California Building Standards Commission. I'll be presenting the proposed repeal of the 2014 National Electrical Code and the adoption of the 2017 National Electrical Code to be used as the base code for the 2019 California Electrical Code, otherwise known as Part 3 of Title 24. This proposal was reviewed by the Code Advisory Committee and recommended as approved as submitted for all the items of the proposal. Included in these items were general updates within the preface, year-specific information, and reference code names, as well as state agency contact updates. Additionally, to align the electrical code with the authority and reference sections in other parts of Title 24, BSC proposed to add the health and safety code section references to gray water systems for non-res occupancies. BSC's proposal is to move forward its amendments into the electrical code.
Could you slow down just a little bit?
I'm sorry. Sorry, Mike. BSC's proposed to move forward its amendments to the 2019 California Electrical Code with no changes. This concludes the overview for Part 3, and I'll answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the commission? Okay. The item is open for public comment. Do we have any comment cards? We have no public comment cards for item 10A. Anyone who wishes to speak on the telephone for item 10A, the adoption of the electrical code, please place yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. So see if anyone's on the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, so that closes the public comment portion. So we'll now turn item 10A back to the commissioners and entertain a motion at this time to consider California Building Standards Commission's request for adoption and approval of amendments to the 2019 California Electrical Code, Part 3 of Title 24.
Commissioner Booth moves to adopt item 10A, please.
Commissioner McKitchen, second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Are there any comments or discussion? Okay, then let's call the roll, please.
Commissioner Booth,
Yes.
Commissioner Kloss-Buckner,
Yes.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Winkle,
Yes?
Commissioner Patel,
Yes.
Commissioner Santillan,
Yes.
Commissioner Legray.
Yes.
Okay, that's a unanimous vote. So we'll now move on to item 10B, which is a continuation of the California Building Standards Commission proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Mechanical Code, Part 4 of Title 24. Please introduce yourself and provide an overview of the proposal. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Winkle and Commissioners. My name is Enrique Rodriguez, Associate Construction Analyst with the California Building Standards Commission. Thank you for giving BSC the opportunity to present our rulemaking package, BSC 06/18. BSC vetted the proposed code changes with stakeholders and interested parties, including various state agencies, and presented the proposed code changes. I'm sorry, hold on. Code changes at the Plumbing, Electrical, Mechanical, and Energy Code Advisory Committee, which was held on August 14th and 15th, 2018. We received public comment. We then went to a 45-day public comment period that started September 14th through October 29th, 2018. We did not receive any public comments. With that said, the California Building Standards Commission is proposing the adoption and amendment of the 2018 Uniform Mechanical Code into the 2019 California Mechanical Code with California amendments. The majority of BSC's amendments are editorial and include amendment to Chapter 1, which added BSC's authority for green building standards and gray water provisions in coordination with other similar amendments made in other parts of Title 24. The relocation of filter regulations from Chapter 5 into Chapter 4 with some amendments to the MERV rating values to align with same amendments that were made in Chapter 5 in the Cal Green Code, and also to avoid with amendments that were made in Part 6 of the Energy Code. The remainder of the rulemaking package is to adopt model code chapters unamended and carry forward existing California amendments. This concludes my overview, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any commissioner questions for the Building Standards Commission representative? Okay, hearing none. We'll now take comments from members of the public on item 10B. Do we have any public comment cards? We have no public comment cards, so we'll, if there's anyone who wishes to speak on the telephone on item 10B, put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. And we will now go to the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, there's no public comments in the audience or from the telephone, so this will close the public comment portion of the hearing. We'll now turn item 10B back to the commissioners and entertain a motion at this time to consider California Building Standards Commission's request for adoption and approval of amendments to the 2019 California Mechanical Code, Part 4 of Title 24.
Commissioner Sasaki, move to approve.
Commissioner Mickelton, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I think we can proceed to a roll call.
Commissioner Booth?
Yes.
Commissioner Kloss-Buckner?
Yes.
Commissioner Mickelton?
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki?
Aye.
Commissioner Winkle?
Yes?
Commissioner Patel?
Yes.
Commissioner Santillan?
Yes.
Commissioner Legret?
Yes.
Okay, that's a unanimous vote on item 10B.
Thank you, Commissioners.
We'll move forward to item 10C, which is the California Building Standards Commission proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Plumbing Code, Part 5 of Title 24. Would you introduce yourself and give us your testimony?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Kevin Day, and I'm a Staff Services Manager with the Building Standards Commission, here to present item 10C, BSC's proposal to adopt the 2018 Uniform Plumbing Code with amendments into the 2019 California Plumbing Code. The majority of BSC's amendments are editorial and address the UPC renumbering of chapters 15 and 16. These were coordinated with HCD and DWR, and there is no intended change in regulatory effect. BSC's proposal was heard by the PME Code Advisory Committee in August of 2018, which recommended short-term further study on 2 items. These were coordinated further with HCD and DWR. No additional changes were made to the final express terms. BSC received 5 public comments during the 45-day public comment period, many of which address sections that were not proposed for change this cycle. Following coordination with HCD and DWR, BSC has made no further modifications. BSC responded to each of the comments in the final express terms. Final statement of reasons, indicating consideration of these suggested code changes during a future cycle. BSC requests the Commission to adopt and approve this submittal for the 2019 California Plumbing Code, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the Commission? Okay, seeing none. We'll now take comments from the members of the public on item 10C. I would also like to remember anyone who's on the phone, if you wish to speak, put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0. We'll go to the phone after we hear from the audience. Do we have any? We have no public comment cards on this item, so we'll go to the telephone for item 10C.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay. That concludes the public comment portion. I'll now turn item 10C back over to the Commissioner and entertain a motion at this time to consider California Building Standards Commission request for adoption and approval of amendments to the 2019 California Plumbing Code, Part 5 of Title 24. Is there a motion?
Commissioner Mickelton, move to adopt.
Commissioner Booth seconds.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion, commentary? Okay, seeing none, we take the roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Booth?
Yes.
Commissioner Klaus-Buckner? Yes. Commissioner Mickelton?
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki?
Aye.
Commissioner Winkle?
Yes.
Commissioner Patel?
Yes.
Commissioner Santillan?
Yes.
Commissioner Alegre?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, that's a unanimous vote. We have one item remaining in the Building Standards Commission, which hopefully will be fairly quick. Can we go ahead? Okay. So we're going to proceed to item 10D, California Building Standards Commission proposed adoption and amendments to the 2019 California Green Building Standards Code, Part 11 of Title 24. Identify yourself for the record.
Thank you, Chair Winkle and Commissioners. Enrique Rodriguez here again, Building Standards Commission. I'm here to present the Cal Green Rulemaking Package BSC 06/18. BSC vetted the proposed changes with stakeholders and interested parties, including various state agencies, and presented the proposed code changes at the Green Code Advisory Committee meeting on August 22nd, 2018 to receive input. Then held a 45-day comment period from September 14th through October 29th, 2018 to obtain public input. One comment was received and we reviewed it and feel that we adequately addressed it. With that said, the California Building Standards Commission proposes to carry forward existing amendments to the 2016 California Green Building Standards Code for inclusion into the 2019 California Green Building Standards Code, with key amendments as follows, and I'll make this very brief. We amended the MERV rating and coordinated with other state agencies to come to a definition that didn't conflict with other portions of Cal Green. We added some definitions for recycled water and water reuse systems. We repealed some MWILLO references in Chapter 5 to avoid conflict with the Department of Water Resources regulations. updated some VOC limit references to align with current standards from the public schools reference standard for carpets and resilient flooring. We amended the MERV ratings as a result of the Energy Commission's proposed changes and approved changes in Part 6 for MERV ratings. And this was also coordinated in Part 4. Lastly, we will be updating our appendix checklist to make sure that we capture all of the adopted code sections, mandatory and voluntary, and just updating our checklist. And lastly, we will also be updating that checklist to include the Part 11 energy voluntary measures that were approved. And with that said, we humbly request the approval of our CalGreen package. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on behalf of on the part of the commission? Okay. We'll now take comments from members of the public on item 10D. I'd also like to remind the public who are on the telephone, and this is the time to put yourself in the queue now by pressing 1 and then 0 if you've not done so already. And we'll go to the phone after we hear from the audience. Do we have any audience? No, no cards from the audience, so we'll move to the telephone for item 10D, the California Green Code.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay. That concludes the public comment portion. I'll now turn item 10D back over to the commissioners and entertain a motion at this time to consider the California Building Standards Commission's request for adoption and approval of amendments to the 2019 California Green Building Code, Part 11 of Title 24. Do I have a motion?
Commissioner Sasaki, move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Mickleton, second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Any comments or questions from the commission? Okay, we'll then move on to the roll call, please, Pat.
Commissioner Booth,
Yes.
Commissioner Klossbachner,
Yes.
Commissioner Mickleton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Winkle,
Yes.
Commissioner Patel,
Yes.
Commissioner Santillan,
Yes.
Commissioner Legray.
Yes.
That's a unanimous vote. We have to do a switchover now. We have to get the other telephone book-sized volume out for the remainder of the hearing. Also this will be a 10-minute break at this point, but before we go, Mia would like to say something.
DSA is next on the agenda, and we received a couple minor addendums from them. So when we break, I want to make sure everybody has a copy of those. So when we start back up, you have that in front of you.
Are those on the back table as well as for the commission?
They are, yes.
Okay, so anyone in?
Not yet, okay.
They're going to be handed out, and then they'll be available in the back as well.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Chair Winkle and Commissioners.
Thank you.
Really appreciate your
Okay.
approval.
So we're going to take a 10-minute break, so we'll reconvene around 11:10. Thanks. 11A, Division of the State Architect Structural Safety / Community Colleges. The DSA representative is at the table. 11A is proposed adoption and amendments to the 2019 California Electrical Code, Part 3 of Title 24. Please introduce yourself and give us a presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commission members. My name is Jim Gibbons. I'm a construction supervisor with the Division of the State Architect, and I'm here to present the Division of the State Architect's 2019 proposed code submittal for the California Electrical Code, which is Part 3 of Title 24 of the California Code of Regulations. We are proposing to repeal the 2014 edition of the National Electrical Code. Sorry about that. Is mine on?
Yeah.
His is just a really quiet one.
Oh, his is a quiet one?
You might use one of the others too.
Shift to the left.
There you go.
Is this on? Yes, it is. Ooh. My apologies. We're proposing to repeal the 2014 edition of the National Electrical Code and adopt instead as model code the 2017 version of the National Electrical Code as the model code for our 2019 edition of the California Electrical Code. We are carrying forward existing amendments from the 2016 version of the California Electrical Code. We have proposed minor editorial corrections and amendments, and we are proposing no new substantive amendments. At the Code Advisory Committee, which was conducted on August 15th, 2018, all items submitted were recommended approved as submitted by the commission, or excuse me, the committee, and DSA agreed with those recommendations. We received no comments during the 45-day public comment period, and we are respectfully requesting the commission adopt and approve the Division of the State Architects Code Submittal Package for the 2019 edition of the California Electrical Code.
And I believe there was an amendment passed out at the break, and I believe all the commissioners have it. It appears to me that it's non-substantive. I'm just looking for some guidance.
That was for part 11, right?
I believe that's
Okay,
correct.
so
Yeah,
it's not
sorry,
for
so
this
not
one.
for this one.
Okay,
Apologies.
got it.
Correct.
All right. So that the documentation we have in our currently is the current one for this item.
I believe it's for agenda item 11D.
D as in David?
D as in David.
Okay, thank you very much. Any comments or questions on the part of the commission for item 11A? Okay, we'll now take public comments for item 11A. I'd like to remind anyone who's in the telephone queue to put themselves in the speaking queue by pressing 1 and then 0. We'll go to the phone after we hear from the audience. Do we have any? We have no public testimony cards for the audience for 11A. Let's check on the telephone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay. We'll now close the public comment portion of item 11A. And so we'll turn this back to the commission and entertain a motion at this time to consider the Division of the State Architect's request for adoption and approval of amendments to the 2019 California Electrical Code, Part 3 of Title 24. Is there a motion?
Commissioner Booth moves to approve.
And a second?
Commissioner Mikitchen, second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion or comments from the commissioners? Seeing none, I think we can move to a roll call, please.
Commissioner Booth?
Yes.
Commissioner Klaus-Buckner?
Yes.
Commissioner Mikitton?
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki?
Aye.
Commissioner Winkle,
Yes?
Commissioner Patel,
Yes.
Commissioner Santillan,
Yes.
and Commissioner Legray.
Yes.
Okay, that's a unanimous vote, so we'll record that. We'll now move on to the next division of the State Architect Structural Safety Community College, item B and 11B. And will you please reintroduce yourself and give us a discussion, please?
Yes, thank you again, Mr. Chair and Commission members. My name is Jim Gibbons. I'm a construction supervisor with the Division of the State Architect, and I'm here to present the Division of the State Architect's Code Proposal Package for the 2019 edition of the California Mechanical Code. The Division of the State Architect has proposed to repeal the 2015 edition of the Uniform Mechanical Code and adopt the 2018 edition of the Uniform Mechanical Code as the model code, carrying forward existing California and DSA amendments. We have also included some minor editorial corrections and amendments and a few substantive amendments. At the Code Advisory Committee conducted on August 15th, 2018, the Code Advisory Committee recommended all items submitted to be approved as submitted, and the Division of the State Architect agreed with those recommendations. During the 45-day comment period, we received no public comments, and we respectfully request that the Commission adopt and approve the Division of the State Architect's Code Proposal Package for the 2019 edition of the California Mechanical Code.
Okay, thank you. Are there any comments or questions on the part of the Commission for the proponent? Okay, that will now go to the public comment portion. Do we have any comment cards? No public comment cards from the audience. I would ask people who are wish to speak on the telephone on item 11B, please make sure you're placed in the queue by pressing 1 and then 0, and we'll now check the telephone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, so there being no comments in the audience or from on the phone, that concludes the public comment portion of item 11B. We'll now turn that item back to the Commission, and we'll entertain a motion at this time to consider the Division of the State Architect's request for adoption and approval of amendments to the 2019 California Mechanical Code, Part 4 of Title 24. Can I have a motion?
Commissioner Mickerton, move to approve.
Sasaki, move to approve.
Okay. Commissioner Sasaki got it out. It's sort of a toss-up. You want a second?
I will second.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Mickerton seconds. Any comments or questions regarding the item? Okay, we'll now conduct a roll call vote. Please, Pam.
Commissioner Booth,
Yes.
Commissioner Klaus-Buckner,
Yes.
Commissioner Mickerton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Winkle,
Yes?
Commissioner Patel,
Yes.
Commissioner Santillan,
Yes.
Commissioner Legray.
Yes.
Okay, that's a unanimous vote. So that concludes that item. We'll now move on to item 11C, another Division of the State Architect proposal for proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Plumbing Code, Part 5 of Title 24.
Good morning again, Commission Chair, Commission members. My name is Jim Gibbons. I'm a construction supervisor with the Division of the State Architect, and I'm here to submit the Division of the State Architect's proposed code modifications for the 2019 edition of the California Plumbing Code, which is Part 5 of Title 24 of the California Code of Regulations. We are proposing to repeal the 2015 edition of the Uniform Plumbing Code and adopt the 2018 edition of the Uniform Plumbing Code as model code, carrying forward existing amendments, including no substantive code changes, and proposing minor editorial changes to the code itself. At the PME Code Advisory Committee conducted on August 15th of 2018, all except one item was recommended for approval as submitted by the Code Advisory Committee. The one item that was recommended for short-term further study, DSA staff collaborated with California Building Standards Commission staff in correcting or clarifying some language in one of the sections. This was an editorial correction only. We agreed to the language and we submitted that language in our final package. During the 45-day public comment period, DSA received no public comments, and we respectfully request that the Commission adopt and approve our submission of the 2019 California Plumbing Code.
Okay, thank you. Any comments or questions from the commissioners? Looking both ways, seeing none. We'll now turn this over to public comment. Do we have any public comment cards for item 11C? None. If there's anyone on the telephone who wishes to speak on item 11C, the plumbing code adoption by DSA, toggle yourself in the queue by pressing 1 and then 0. Let's check the telephone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, thank you. This concludes the public comment portion. I'll now turn item 11C back to the Commission and entertain a motion at this time to consider DSA's request for adoption and approval of amendments to the 2019 California Plumbing Code, Part 5 of Title 24.
Commissioner McAtee move to approve.
Okay.
Klaus Berkner, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the part of the Commission? Seeing none, let's proceed to the roll call, please.
Commissioner Booth?
Yes.
Commissioner Klaus-Buckner?
Yes.
Commissioner Mickelton?
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki?
Aye.
Commissioner Winkle?
Yes.
Commissioner Patel?
Yes.
Commissioner Santion?
Yes.
Commissioner Legray?
Yes.
Okay, that is a unanimous vote. So that concludes item 11C. We'll now up next to item 11D. We have 2 representatives from the Division of the State Architect.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Oh, we're trading. Good. This is proposed adoption, item 11D, DSA, proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Green Building Standards Code, Part 11 of Title 24. Would you introduce yourself and give us your presentation?
Good morning, Commissioners. I am Ida Clare, Acting State Architect at the Division of the State Architect. DSA Structural Safety is prepared to present to you today our proposal for the amendments to the regulations of the 2019 California Green Building Standards Code for K-12 public schools and community colleges.
Can you slow down just a hair? Thanks.
Absolutely. DSA's code change proposals are brought before you today because they are determined to be necessary to ensure a sustainable and healthy school environment that supports student and faculty wellness and academic success. Our pre-cycle outreach activities for this rulemaking cycle consisted of 2 workshops on October 10th, 2017 and January 18th, 2018, and a general public meeting on March 4th, 2018. These 3 meetings were well attended by stakeholders representing various state agencies, representatives from school districts, design professionals of public schools, electric vehicle charging service providers, and tree advocates. In our pre-cycle activities and the CAC meetings, and in the 45-day and 15-day comment periods, all stakeholders expressed support for the measures proposed by DSA. The Cal Green regulations for K-12 public schools and community colleges are triggered by new campus construction, new building construction and additions on existing campuses, new site construction, and rehabilitated landscape areas. Many of the amendments that DSA has proposed for adoption are already adopted by the Building Standards Commission for non-residential construction, or were adopted today with BSC's Cal Green package. In addition to these amended green building standards, DSA has proposed 2 new sustainability measures for schools: electric vehicle charging infrastructure and shade trees. Electric vehicle charging infrastructure on school campuses supports Governor Brown's executive order to increase electric vehicle use by Californians and decrease dependence on fossil fuels. The requirement for installation of shade trees on parking lots are similar to city-county ordinances throughout the state, of which public schools and community colleges are presently exempt. Shade trees reduce the heat island effect on campus hardscape areas, provide protection from the sun for students, and have been demonstrated to contribute to academic success. We also have 3 building standards which we are requesting approve as amend due to incorrect code citations. DSA requests approval of the amended and new building standards for public schools and community colleges related to the green building measures that are proposed for the 2019 California Green Building Code. We will proceed at the direction of the Commission.
And those items are the ones we just received?
Correct. Those are all code citation corrections.
And these are identified by item numbers, item 3, item 6, and item 7. Those are the ones that are amendments today. So I think the Commission has all that in hand, and it's available for the audience. And we've looked at it, and the consensus, I think, is that these are non-substantive, so we can certainly proceed with the vote.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions or comments on the Commission? Commissioner Mickenden?
I have a question. This is along the lines of a question yesterday, and just to make sure that we have the terminology surrounding the charging stations crystal clear and correct. I didn't drill down into the definitions for this, but I did notice that on page 6 of 11 of the final express terms, in the middle of the page, 5.106.5.3.5, new future charging spaces. Future charging spaces qualify as designated parking, as described in section so-and-so, for clean air vehicles. And I just want to make sure that the use of designated parking as opposed to designated EV parking or one of the other variants is consistent and correct, so that we're not blurring that line that we talked about 2 years ago when this came up about whether or not these stations are spaces.
Okay. We have adopted the language that's provided by the BSC, and so any clarity that they have shared is we are in agreement with. We have not changed the language specific to schools. We are adopting this section.
So
as written.
Basically, those things which apply to schools, the language text is identical to those for other
Correct.
applications.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
And so this term, I understand you're saying that the definitions are the BSC definitions, but is it invoked correctly here to call it a parking space, or designated parking as opposed to designated EV parking? Does it choose the right definition?
I defer actually to the BSC since we adopted their language.
If I can, Commissioner Mickenden, can you guys hear me, folks? Yep. Okay, thank you. So what DSA is basically co-adopting what we've already codified in the 2013 Cal Green Code. And what that provision is trying to clarify is we currently have a requirement for clean air vehicle parking requirements. And what this is really trying to do is when you have a cleaner vehicle stall that doesn't have the infrastructure What we're trying to say is you can get credit and use that as one of your clean air vehicle parking space requirements. Once that infrastructure gets installed, then you have to comply with 11B, and then it would become a stall.
So, okay, so this terminology is pre-conversion description.
That is correct.
Okay, good, thank you.
Before you leave, could you state your name? And
Oh yes, this is Enrique Rodriguez from Building Standards Commission. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions for the proponent?
I just like the acronym for backlight, uplight, and glare. I think that's
Bug.
very appropriate.
Bug.
It's a cute part of the code.
There are very few of those. Okay, any other questions or comments? We'll now go to public comment. Do we have any public comment cards? We have a public comment. Hannah Goldsmith, please.
Actually, that one works, right?
Yeah, I think the one on,
Just get
the
right
one
up
on each
on it and
end,
talk to it.
just lean in. Identify yourself for the record, please.
Hi, Hannah Goldsmith. I'm the Deputy Executive Director for the California Electric Transportation Coalition. And in the interest of time, I won't repeat everything I said yesterday, but we are part of a broader coalition that is supporting this proposal, and so wanted to be present here today to support the Division of the State Architect in adopting this. I will note that, as many of you probably know, the majority of EV charging happens at home or at workplaces or places of long dwell, and so schools fit in with this really nicely, and we're pleased to see the Division of the State Architect align with the non-residential Cal Green Code. In addition, this proposal will help the state of California to meet its climate, air, and zero-emission vehicle targets. And so we just want to thank the Division of the State Architect as well as the other agencies that have been supporting this process. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think, any other comment cards? That's it. That's the, we'll now, yes. Hang on a second, ma'am.
No, it's actually a question for the DSA.
Okay.
I apologize, I lost my opportunity. Can I still ask a question, or?
Sure.
Okay. Quick question on the shade trees. There's all these water conservation measures that are being put in place to save water. And as far as I can tell, and this is not within my realm of expertise, we're adding trees without any specificity on what type of trees. Can you expand on whether this is going to conflict with the water conservation measures, or how are we accomplishing both?
Sure. So the landscaped areas and the shade tree requirements must comply with the MOILO requirements, which are targeted to specific area landscaping that's specific to various climatic areas of the state and the water restrictions.
Did that answer your question? Yes. Okay. That's okay. That's fine. So I think we have no more public comment cards. If there's anyone on the telephone who wishes to speak on item 11D, DSA's proposals for the Green Building Standards Code, let's go to the phone and see if there are any comments.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay. That concludes the public comment portion. We'll now turn item 11D back over to the commission and entertain a motion at this time to consider DSA's request for adoption and approval of amendments to the 2019 California Green Building Standards Code, Part 11 of Title 24.
Commissioner Mickerton, move to approve, along with the 3 amendments submitted.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second on that?
Commissioner Booth seconds.
Okay. We have a motion and a second for approval as amended by the documents that were passed out earlier. Any commentary or questions on the part of the commission? Seeing none, I think we can proceed to a roll call.
Yes.
Commissioner Klaas-Buckner, Commissioner Mickerton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Winkle,
Yes.
Commissioner Patel,
Yes.
Commissioner Santillan,
Yes.
Commissioner Legray.
Yes.
That's a unanimous vote. I think we're done with those, and that concludes the division of the state architect's items. Is that correct?
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We're looking at each other up here, trying to decide whether to proceed with the next item of the state fire marshal's item number one, item 12A. How is the transcriber and the other folks? How are you doing, Mike? What do you think? Because this could go for 40 minutes or so? Yeah.
Sounds like a negotiation. 40 minutes, no, I'll give you.
Okay. Yeah. I'm looking at the State Fire Marshal's representative in the back, wondering whether anyone would object to us changing the order of hearing in terms of, it seems like some of the things like electrical, mechanical, other parts of Title 24 have much less public testimony or potential public testimony of whether we could start with item 3 or 12C, which I think would be, that's the electrical code.
We have no objection.
Does anyone in the audience have any difficulty, or does the State Fire Marshal have any difficulty with changing that order?
We have no
What we would do
objection.
is hear a couple of these if we can, and then break for lunch, and then start up with item 12A, first thing after lunch. Okay, so let's start with 12C and see whether we can get through at least a couple of those, because I think those should be fairly short order.
Good morning. I've just changed my script, said good afternoon, so back to good morning. My name is Wendy Collins, that's C-O-L-L-I-N-S. I am one of the assistant deputy directors with CAL FIRE, Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, Office of the State Fire Marshal. We're proposing building standards for the 2019 California Building Standards Codes. General purpose is intended to update and codify the new edition of Oh, I thought I was. So we're going to codify the new edition of the California Building Standards Code, California Code of Regulations, Title 24, that adopts by reference more current editions of... What?
We're going to 3 first, so you can hold on that part.
All right. Let's see.
I'll take over if you want.
Yeah, I think I'll just turn it over to you. This was really good, and you all are missing out.
We'll do it after lunch.
We'll do it after lunch.
Perfect.
My name is Greg Anderson. I'm with CAL FIRE, the Office of State Fire Marshals, and we're looking at repealing the 2014 Electric Code and adopting the Model Code of 2017. Our package is very minor editorial corrections, and then we are repealing our energy storage regulations that we brought in the intervening code cycle and adopting the Model Code. And we ask for approval of the regulations.
There were some handouts of withdrawals. Are any of those applicable
None
to
here.
these? None of this, okay. So that what's in our binders are what we're considering. Any questions on the part of the commission for this item 12C, which is the electrical code? Are there any public comments on this item? Okay, hopefully those of you following along at home are following along. If there are any telephone comments relative to item 12C, which is the State Fire Marshal's adoption of amendments to the California Electrical Code, please make your comments on the phone at this time. We will be returning to the other 12A and B later after lunch. So if there's any comments on 12C on the telephone, can we check?
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay. So that concludes the public comment portion for 12C. So we're now going to take it back to the commission, and this is for consideration of, we need a motion for consideration of item 12C, which is the adoption and amendment of the 2019 California Electrical Code, Part 3 of Title 24. Can I get a motion?
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner, move to approve.
Commissioner Sasaki, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion on item 12C? Seeing none, we can proceed to the roll call.
Commissioner Booth?
Yes.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner?
Yes.
Commissioner Mickelton?
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki?
Aye.
Commissioner Winkle?
Yes?
Commissioner Patel?
Yes.
Commissioner Santillan?
Yes.
Commissioner Legre?
Yes.
Okay, that's unanimous, so we can now move on to item 12D, as in David. And the State Fire Marshal representatives are still there, and these are proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Mechanical Code, Part 4 of Title 44. Identify yourself again, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Greg Anderson with CAL FIRE, Office of the State Fire Marshal Office. We are proposing to repeal the 2015 Uniform Mechanical Code and adopt the 2000 Uniform Mechanical Code with existing amendments. There are a couple of editorial changes, and then the rest is it, as is, with no significant changes. So we ask your approval.
Okay, and that this change is not the subject of any of the withdrawals or any of other amendments.
That is correct.
So it's as presented to the commission in our books.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions or comments on the part of the commission about this item? Okay, we'll now move to public comment. We don't have any public comment cards. We'll go then to the telephone for any telephone comments for item 12D, as in David, which is the California Mechanical Code adoption of the State Fire Marshal's amendments. Can we see if there are any comments on the phone?
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay. So that closes the public comment portion of item 12D. So we'll now turn it back to the commission and entertain a motion at this time to consider the State Fire Marshal's request for adoption and approval of amendments to the 2019 California Mechanical Code, Part 4 of Title 24. Can I have a motion?
Commissioner Legre moves to approve.
Commissioner Mickelton, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Are there any discussion or comments on the part of the commission? Okay, we'll move to the roll call, please.
Commissioner Booth?
Yes.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner?
Yes.
Commissioner Mickelton?
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki?
Aye.
Commissioner Winkle?
Yes?
Commissioner Patel?
Yes.
Commissioner Santillan?
Yes.
Commissioner Legre?
Yes.
Okay, that's a unanimous vote. And we're on a roll. We'll try one more, at least.
Certainly.
The next item is item 12E, as in Echo. It's, again, a State Fire Marshal proposal for adoption and amendments to the 2019 California Plumbing Code, Part 5 of Title 24. Can you reintroduce yourself and make a presentation?
My name is Greg Anderson. I'm with CAL FIRE, Office of the State Fire Marshals. We are proposing to repeal the 2015 Uniform Plumbing Code and adopt the 2018 Plumbing Code with the existing California amendments. We have a couple of editorial changes, and there are no significant changes, and we have no other changes since this was put in. And we ask your approval of this package.
Are there any comments or questions on the part of the commission for this item? Are there any public comments for this item? Okay, we'll turn back to the telephone for item 12E, as in Echo, the State Fire Marshal's proposed amendments to the California Plumbing Code. Part 5 of Title 24. Is there anyone on the telephone who wishes to speak?
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, that concludes the public comment portion for item 12E, which will now turn back over to the commission and entertain a motion at this time to consider the State Fire Marshal's request for adoption and approval of amendments to the 2019 California Plumbing Code, Part 5 of Title 24. Can I have a motion?
Commissioner Mickerton, move to approve.
Commissioner Booth seconds.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any comments or questions on the part of the commission? Okay, I think we can proceed to a roll call.
Commissioner Booth?
Yes.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner? Yes. Commissioner Mickerton?
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki?
Aye.
Commissioner Winkle?
Yes.
Commissioner Patel?
Yes.
Commissioner Santillan?
Yes.
Commissioner Legray?
Yes.
Okay, that's unanimous. Part 10. Okay, the next item up is, I believe, 12F, as in Frank, which is Part 9, the California Fire Code. Is that something that you expect to be relatively non-controversial? Or
No, that one should wait.
we should wait? How about G, which is Part 10?
That should be fairly easy.
That would be the California Existing Building Code, which was lengthy the other day, but I don't think your part of it's going to be. So, so let's then move to Part 12G, as in girl, which is the adoption and amendments of the California Existing Building Code, Part 10 of Title 24.
My name is Greg Anderson, I'm with Cal Fire, Office of State Fire Marshal. We are proposing to adopt Part 10, the California Existing Building Code based on the 2018 code. We have just moved in our existing regulations that from the 2016 into the existing code. There are minor editorial changes, but no significant changes. We ask your
Okay, and no withdrawals or any, no other paper changes than what we have in
Nope.
our book. Okay, any questions or comments on the part of the commission? Those of you who are following the bouncing ball in the audience, are there any public comments for item 12, excuse me, 12G, the existing building code? There are no comments. Let's go to the telephone and see if anyone on the phone has comments on State Fire Marshal item 12G, which is the state existing building code.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, that concludes the public comment portion for this item. We'll now turn item 12G back over to the commission and entertain a motion at this time to consider the State Fire Marshal's request for adoption and approval of amendments to the 2019 California Existing Building Code, Part 10 of Title 24. Can I have a motion?
Commissioner Sasaki, move to approve.
And a second.
Commissioner Allegre, seconds.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any comments or questions from the commission about this item? We'll move to a roll call.
Commissioner Booth?
Yes.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner?
Yes.
Commissioner Mickerton?
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki?
Aye.
Commissioner Winkle?
Yes?
Commissioner Patel?
Yes.
Commissioner Santillan?
Yes.
Commissioner Legray?
Yes.
And that's a unanimous vote. And that leaves, there's one outstanding State Fire Marshal item in order that we have skipped over several, but the last item on the State Fire Marshal agenda is 12H.
No, that should go at the end.
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's tied to other comments. So I think we've gone about as far as we can go, in the words of Oklahoma. And I think we'll take a break. I would like to reconvene close to 12:30 as possible, if that works for everyone. I think that we're going to have a full afternoon. And we will commence with item 12A, which are the State Fire Marshal's items that we skipped over. So anyone who wants to turn in public comments. The other thing, just as a point of reference for the 12A discussions, or some of the discussions on the item 12 where we have a large number of proponents and opponents. I think the proponents and opponents have been organizing themselves in order, which I appreciate a lot. We're going to go with proponents first and opponents second in the order that's desired by each of those groups. I'm going to say it now and I'll say it again. We don't have a clock, but any of you who can be short and succinct will be greatly appreciated. And what has become a tradition at ICC of the Me Too wave, if someone's already said what you want to say, either if you really want to get your name on the record, you can say it, but then sit down, or if you just want to wave and say that I agree with the preceding proponent, you would be greatly appreciated. So we don't want to cut anyone off, and we don't want anyone to truncate their presentation, but hopefully you're not all saying the same thing 12 times. So whatever you can do to make that not happen would be greatly appreciated. So we'll see you back here as close to somewhere between 12:30 and 12:40 if we can.
Commissioner Winkle, I think we need to have, is it at least 45?
Is there,
We
okay,
need to have
so-
at least 45, so
So
quarter
it will
to.
be 12:45. It's now 5 minutes to 12.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. He has to be a part of this, so we want to be sure that he's working as he should. Okay, so 12:45.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I think we're ready to go, or is the technology all set? Okay. A little bit of housekeeping. We're going to circle back to item 12A, which is the State Fire Marshal's California Building Code amendments. We expect to have a lot of testimony on this item. We are going to organize, the proponents and opponents have chosen to organize themselves in order. We will take the proponents first, the opponents second. We have to be out of this room at 4:30. If we are not done with certain items, it will be continued to sometime, probably a month or 2 months from now. It isn't like we can break and reconvene tomorrow. We do not have that option. Whether we get out of here or not is entirely in your control in terms of how long each of you speak. Make sure that you're speaking to the technical merits of the proposal. Keep your comments succinct. I believe you organized yourselves to not duplicate each other's testimony from the little snippets I've heard from people talking about how to organize testimony. So just make sure that you avoid what I would call the me too. If someone else has made your point, move on. And basically keep it to the technical merits. We don't need to have any discussions about proponents or opponents of why they're doing certain things. That's not relevant to our decision-making process. I don't have a clock. I have a very tiny hammer in terms of making sure that we move people along. But if people get what I consider to be out of bounds in testimony, I will cut you off. So just make sure that you're keeping things succinct and on point. The other thing is, and I know this is very difficult, in favor, we'll certainly have to take a break probably in the middle of testimony. We'll try and do that in a coherent place. Make sure that you speak clearly and slowly, which I'm probably not doing even enough of right now for Mike, but because it is very difficult, to listen and type, and for other people even to read what's being transcribed, so that the transcription is of value to the folks who are hearing impaired or looking at the transcription. So speak as slowly as you can, as succinctly as you can, and we'll hopefully get through this today. Thank you. So the first item is item 12A, which is the proposed adoption of amendments to the 2019 California Building Code, Part 2 of Title 24, and it's going to be spoken to by the State Fire Marshal, and representatives are at the table, so please go.
Having a deja vu moment. Good afternoon. My name is Wendy Collins. I am the Assistant Deputy Director with the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, Office of the State Fire Marshal. We're proposing building standards for the 2019 California Building Standards Code. The general purpose is intended to update and codify a new edition of the Building Standards Code, California Code of Regulations, Title 24, that adopts by reference more current editions of the model codes and updates reference national and state fire marshal standards. Our intent is that the final adoption package includes amendments necessary to reasonably maintain a substantially equivalent level of fire and life safety in California. Stakeholder input and participation was necessary to come to these. State Fire Marshal promulgated this rulemaking package in the continuing effort to foster, promote, and develop additional ways and means of protecting life and property against fire and panic while minimizing the economic impact to our affected community. This rulemaking package includes editorial changes to correlate with 18I codes, changes for detention facilities brought about through the I3 occupancy work group, changes for construction standards for protection in wildlife areas submitted through the Wildland Urban Interface work group, regulation updates for laboratories proposed by the L occupancy work group, New regulations for the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. Specific occupancies are 2.2s, which were developed by an SB 112 required work group. Proposals were regarding gaseous hydrogen submitted by the mobile fueling work group. We have updates regarding balconies and elevated elements derived in collaboration with HCD and DSA.
Slow down just a little. Think of it this way: when you have really long, complicated phrases, give Mike a little bit longer to write them out. Thank you.
Okay, where were we at? Collaboration with, that's back here. Did you get that part? So that was in collaboration with HCD and DSA. We have proposals submitted through the Fire Alarm Advisory Committee for high rises. Regulation updates for hospital and care facilities brought about through collaboration with OSHPD. Regulation updates for educational facilities brought about through collaboration with DSA. Work group proposals regarding flammability standards for building insulation materials brought about by AB 127. And promote additional proposals submitted through industry work groups, the fire service, other work groups, and the public. The Office of the State Fire Marshal respectfully requests the approval of these code proposals for the 2019 Triennial Building Standards Code.
Thank you.
My name is Greg Anderson. I'm with CAL FIRE, Office of the State Fire Marshal. I did want to add in, we are withdrawing 2 specific sections off the grid, and that is SFM 01/18-1-7 and SFM 01-18-1-89. The reason why the first one was just, both of these are editorial changes that we determined weren't needed. The first one was just to add the banner. I did have a couple phone calls last week, and we're realizing, that may not provide the clarity that we needed. And the second one, we did a change on the way we described high rises to provide clarity. We did get some public comments on this, and we decided it wasn't meeting the clarity that we needed, and we withdrew those packages, that item, but we missed this one, and there's a couple more in the fire code. So it's just an editorial difference, no regulatory change. And then I did have one other note that we just found last week, and that's for the R3.1s, which are residential care facilities. We had new regulations come in the model code. It talks about 5 and fewer. The law, Health and Safety Code section 13143B, specifically for California, 6 or fewer. And I believe this is an editorial change, and I can work with the Building Standards Commission on the editorial phase, but I just wanted to put it out there for on the record.
And as a correlation, is that substantive? I don't think it would be if it's matching up with Health and Safety Code language.
Yeah, and it's been consistent in our codes before.
This may or may not, you may not have this organized this way, but there are item numbers listed in the proposal, particularly on the green sheets, or certain things that certain groups, items are categorized into specific item numbers. Like I think one of the items that we want to speak to is item 17, dealing with insulation. Can you correlate the withdrawals to any item numbers?
The first 2 are for item 1. They're under the editorial. And the last one, there are changes on it, and I think it is also in the editorial. I believe they're all in item 1.
Okay, thank you. I thought so, but that was...
most of our changes here you'll see today, we're just bringing more editorial things. So, okay. But I will go over them. And then we talked about the work groups that we had, and did you want to do this item by item, or do the whole package?
I'm looking at what's the pleasure of the commission in terms of, there's one item which is going to be the big one.
We could wait on that one.
Whether we should just take out item 17 and speak to all of the other items together. Is the commission comfortable with that? Or do you feel like
that'd be most expeditious?
It's the most expeditious way.
Are we talking about 12A only?
12A is the building code, but it has within it a number of subset items.
Yes.
So we're still, So is everyone comfortable?
Yes.
Clear what we're doing?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go ahead and talk about everything except item 17 in your discussion right now.
Certainly. Item 2 is the work we've done with the WUI group. Most of this is, we added clarity. We did bring in a UL standard for the weather stripping, cleared up on operable skylights. If you have them, they have to have a screen just like any other window. We took out the term of heavy timber. This is editorial, and we actually just put the dimensions in there because it's different than the definition in 2.
Can you slow down just a little?
Certainly. That is the main things we did in item 2. Item 3. Item 3, we did get 3 public comments on. And those were all on the occupant load table in chapter 10, and we already removed that. So the rest of it, we went through with the CAT committee and most of that was for clarification and to modify some of the language we found it to need after the intervening code cycle. 4 is the L work group occupancy, which we had a work group whose the main purpose was to update the regulations for L occupancy. We met pretty well monthly for a substantial period of time. We did a couple changes. I know you may have some questions on that, but we'll go on. Item 5 is the higher education laboratories. That is a new occupancy in the model code. It resembles our L occupancy, but there are some substantial differences in that. For right now, and because it would contradict some of the things in L occupancy, we were actually removing it from the code until it can be evaluated and see what the applicability is for California. Item 7, which is the R2.2, which is
Did you
based...
skip 6 by chance?
I'm on 6.
Okay, you said 7.
Oh, I'm sorry. 6. The R2.2. We did get 3 public comments on this, and this was some about it being duplicative in some ways. Now, we did go through and we removed sections on this in the 45-day, no, the 15-day, to take out where it wasn't needed, because we realized there would be a gap, because where it says R2, it should cover the R2.1 and 2.2, and by adding the 2.2, it made it appear that the R2.1, it wasn't required. So we removed all those specific sections without any substantial changes, and we made it a smaller package for that, for the R2.2s. That one may still need some more cleanup in the future, but we're trying to move forward to address the needs that the legislation gave us. Item 7, which is stairway capacity. We got 7 public comments on that. We are maintaining that on deleting the reference to 1029 because it's reference to a standard that doesn't make sense anymore because it doesn't have the word stair anymore. And we're talking about stair, so it doesn't match. We did remove the A occupancy, which was actually what all the public comments were about. So now we're just going with model code.
I have a question about that, but I'm going to wait let's go through all of the items that we're discussing, and then the commission can double back. So hold your questions if you have some.
Item 8 is in the balcony and the elevator walking surfaces. We did, working with the other state agencies, had a couple of proposals in there through that work group. Item 9 is the secondary attachment to steel. This is something that came from our state that we actually, we really like and was actually adopted at the ICC. So now it's just an early adoption of what's already coming in the next code cycle. Carbon monoxide, item 10, we are clarifying that this is only for residential because it calls out UL 2034. Well, the title, which was already there, the title of UL 2034 is residential carbon monoxide, so it's not appropriate for commercial. We're just clarifying that. Item 11. This is from the Fire Alarm Advisory Committee. we are taking out the requirement for a Class A fire alarm system in a high-rise on the floors. It's still required for the riser. Because of the changes that have happened over the years and the survivability that is now in NFPA 72, that requirement of Class A is not necessarily appropriate the way it used to be. So it's actually lowering their California standard because other things have stepped up to give that level of protection. Item 13, that's just a change on how I know our office and some other offices do this for the water flow test, to change it to just to have the current test for water flow. Item 15, this was working with OSHPD, and they came with some proposals to update the regulations and correlate a lot of what they do with NFPA 101, because they have some things that don't work well with both. And so this was just hopefully giving a better working group. It did add the non-patient care suite and correlated with the changes that they made. Item 16 is your R2.1. This is your emergency escape and rescue window. We had an exception where you can actually restrict the window from opening 4 inches as long as you meet other requirements for smoke detection and sprinklers, the same that you would for delayed egress. This is based on deaths that we've had of patients that have fallen out of windows. And it is a real concern on this, and we actually think this is a very good proposal. Those are the first 16.
Okay. I have one question I just want to confirm. On item 7, which is the stair width and egress, means of egress width exceptions, if you will, from point 3 to point 2, point 2 to point 1.5. The original changes proposed to remove that exception, allowing that to take place for A, and that has been withdrawn. Is that correct?
The A occupancy has been removed, so now it's going just to model code.
It's model code language, and
Right.
which is similar or exactly the same, I think, as the current code language, if I
Yes.
recall. Okay. And the 1129 or 1029 reference was removed just because of the change in 1029 content. It's not a relevant reference anymore.
Correct, and that was a California amendment, so we're just taking it out because it's changed.
It's kind of the model code language moved away from that, so there's nothing to amend, if that's right. Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Klaus-Bruckner? On item 1 through 16 of 12A. You on or not?
This is Commissioner Klaus-Bruckner. I have a couple of questions. They're probably minor. On page 27 of 117, I know the issues between Great Plain and highest level of fire department vehicle access has been, is this one of the ones that was withdrawn?
That was one that was drawn.
Okay, all right. The next question, I have most of these, as you might guess, is now related to the L occupancy. There are a few sections, I apologize, page 50 of 117 is where most of my questions begin. It's related to laboratory L occupancy. You guys have deleted and added a few things that I have a question on. One of them being section 453.4.2.1. And 2, what were the discussions relating to that during the L occupancy group meetings?
And it's page, for those of you, it's page 50 of 117, and it's 453.4.2.1, which I believe is shown stricken in our text.
That's pushing my memory from the work group.
It's okay.
And I believe some of that was covered in other sections of the code because it was already required for your classification by other sections.
Okay.
That's, I'm pretty sure that's what the answer was.
I was,
Greg, one of your notes says, already noted in CBC table 1604.5.
Thank you.
Is that?
Yeah, that's it.
thank you. The other question is, you guys have switched from emergency power to standby power, and I was wondering what was the reasoning for that?
There was a change in the model code by adding what emergency power was compared to standby. An emergency is normally like the red plugs you'll find in a hospital, the 24-hour with no shutdown, versus standby, which will still think. And it was the consensus of the work group that it was meant to be standby. So we do have power. It would be there within 10 seconds. You have the hours it will work. It's not for a life issue right then, beyond that a standby wouldn't cover.
So a lot of times with the L occupancies are intended to somewhat mimic H occupancies, as in we're allowed greater quantities. There's a division between certain H occupancies where you exceed physical hazards like flammable liquids, where you need standby power, and then you have health hazards where if you have toxics or highly toxics, you need emergency power. So for consistency, I'm trying to figure out, if you're gonna change it here, are you supposed to change it in certain requirements in Chapter 50, where certain things require emergency and other things require standby? And whether emergency might be most labs that we run into, L occupancies, you exceed the flammable liquid. So I'm not trying to be nitpicky about this, but I'm trying to give you a little pointer maybe for the interim cycle. Yeah. Look at the H occupancies and other occupancies in Chapter 50, if this is the approach you're gonna take with this. Whatever it is, it should be consistent, whether you have an L or an H occupancy where toxics and highly toxics exceed. I'm just pointing that out for the possibility of an interim cycle review or change.
Thank you, Commissioner, because that is a good point, and we did discuss this in fairly length on this one, and most of it is going to be what would be compared to a standby, and it would be over restrictive to make all of them have emergency power, but it might be worthwhile to consider adding a note for the toxics and the highly toxics.
And then there was some changes to the ducting, and maybe I'm pushing your memory. I know I listened to some of those meetings, and it was many of them and very long, so I was wondering if you remember the reason why the exhaust ducting was changed around on page 53 of 117. Section 453.4.7.4.2.
Do that again slowly.
I apologize. Page 53, section 453.4.7.4.2. You have deleted quite a few exceptions and put an approved rooftop structure.
There was some thought on this that they were very similar, and actually exception number 2, I believe, covered most of it because it requires an independent duct to start with, and then you could do a common duct, but you have the 22 inches, which is very similar to those. The rest of it, I believe some of that is in the mechanical code already. And so it was to correlate, because a lot of these things, we deleted things that looked really important, but it's just because they're somewhere else.
Got it.
Were there any other comments on that item?
No, we didn't receive any comments on this item.
Okay, thank you.
Last one, I promise. For this one, for this section. On page 56 of 117, section 453.7.5. You guys are changing the method or the
what you're allowed on and how to transport hazardous materials on the upper floors. Or you're actually eliminating restrictions on how you can move or transport hazardous materials on the upper floors.
Some of this was because it's covered in the fire code, and there was a lot of discussions on the use of elevators to move hazardous material and whether that's being done appropriately. There is a lot of concern on that, but in the areas of where it was moved, yes. And we believe this was covered by the fire code, and that's why this was taken up.
Yes, it is. There are restrictions on container sizes for flammable liquids and maybe all hazmat.
And then OSHA has a lot of requirements on this that are even a lot of times more restrictive than even the fire code.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there any other commissioner comments or questions? Items 1 through 16. Commissioner Mickenden.
Yes, if you could, I think you skipped item 12 and 14 in your summary. And in particular, I was waiting for 14 to just understand a little bit more about why you decided not to adopt the model code change in the occupancy.
Item 14 was withdrawn during the 15-day. So there was an errata issued from ICC of why it was not published in the fire code, the changes that happened in the building code. So we had the option to maintain it till the intervening code cycle, but I don't have the option to change the building code or in the fire code because they didn't match. They only did it in the building code and the fire code. They came out with the errata to fix the fire code. We had maintained just to keep the building code the same until it was matched. So it will be a little off for 18 months until it's updated. Or we could look at this as if this is a editorial issue to change the fire code at this time to match what's in the building code.
It sounds more than editorial, I think.
That's why I didn't bring it up. I figured it would be a little off. I don't like having one table, the exact same table in the building code and the fire code having two different numbers, but
I guess with the errata, could you make the statement that is the intent of the model code is that they align?
yes, and I actually have the errata from the ICC.
Well, in that case, if we're reverting back to model code and they're meant to be the same, that seems like a non-substantive change. But how do we record that? I mean, is it on the table right now or it's not?
Well, we're looking at the building code right now, so we're withdrawing our proposal. This would be in the fire code to modify it to match what's in the building
But
code.
if this is withdrawn and it's fixed in the fire code, we're going to end up with misalignment.
No, it's the problem with the way it's adopted here is the building standards adopts the first printing. So it is wrong in the first printing. Since then, the ICC comes out with IRATA. That doesn't get caught up in the California version because that is in the version that was officially adopted.
Oh, goody. Okay. So it sounds like we're going to have to fix it in the interim. Okay. Any other comments or questions from the
And
commission?
item 12,
Yes, that was the other one.
that one we also withdrew also. Not, we actually kind of like that one, but some of the justification we found out was incorrect. So just for clarity issues, we decided it was best just to pull it.
So that reverts back to model code language.
That is the existing that's already there, yes.
Yes.
Which is just model code.
Okay. Is that it, Commissioner McGinnis? Okay. Any other comments or questions about that item? Okay. Let me look. I think I've asked all of my questions. I had a question about the R2.2, but I think that was addressed. We talked about the widths. Other questions I had were about item 17. So I think we're good to move on to the next item. So let's do this. If you present item 17, that'll be the balance, that'll finish off part 2.
Correct.
So that then we can move to public comment after that. So that seems like the right sequence. Okay? So let's go ahead. And the other thing, just for folks, if any of you who have comments that are dealing with items 1, the bulk of the comments are about item 17, but any of you have comments about 1 through 16, we'll entertain the public comments for those first, and then move to item 17, if that meets, the commission agrees with that, and I think hopefully the audience does as well. So let's finish 17, and then the agency presentation will be done, and we can move to public comment. Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. Item 17, this is to allow non-flame treated foam insulation under a 3.5 inch slab of concrete on grade. This was driven by AB 127. That was signed into law of April 5, 2013. And that mandated the state fire marshal to review the flammability standards in building installations and evaluate the use of non-flame retardant foam insulation. In January of 2014, the state fire marshal convened a flammability standards for building insulation work group to review published data and technical information, examine peer-reviewed scientific studies and information, and propose recommendations to the state fire marshal. The group was composed of individuals representing the fire service, researchers, industry, green policy groups, and testing laboratories. The work group met monthly from January 19th, 2024 until December 18th, 2014, when they had completed a draft report. In August 2015, the working group provided the state fire marshal with 2 formal recommendations and an informal recommendation. They are: perform a proof of concept testing for proposed wall, floor, ceiling, crawl space, and attic assemblies. Second, a formal recommendation was to form a smaller work group to review the test data and develop additional recommendations. The informal recommendation was the state fire marshal to consider a California code change to allow the use of non-fire retardant treated foam insulation in foundation and under slab subgrade applications for specific conditions. As any of these proposals would require funding for testing, the work group information recommendation for allowing non-FR and subgrade applications had a disadvantage. It was very limited in scope and would be easier to test. If the test showed a safe level of fire and life safety, the limited use would be acceptable by the stakeholders more readily, and it was the least expensive method. In 2015, the funds.
Okay for speed? I'm just.
Funds.
Go down just a
yeah,
little.
I get. Pause between sentences. In 2015, the funds were appropriated from the general fund for the subgrade application testing. In 2016, the Oklahoma State University was contracted through an interagency agreement to evaluate if non-flame retardant foam insulation can be used in foundation in a slab, in an under slab subgrade application. Part of that contract is they formed a work group, which was the Phase 2 working group of subject matter experts that included fire marshals, building official, fire service operators, fire service labor, fire protection engineers, insulation manufacturers, green policy representative, and the testing laboratory experts. Based on the comments from the Phase 1 work group, the project was conducted fire tests to compare the use of non-flame retardant insulation in foundation and under the slab subgrade applications for when it is stored at a job site and in the completed built environment under the foundation. And then to propose code changes if applicable. The Oklahoma State Working Group conducted the fire test and concluded in the built environment, the worst case with the side of the insulation exposed and a fan or simulating wind blowing on it, it would not pose a significant fire hazard. It did smolder 10 feet under the foundation within 30, but it took 30 minutes. The non-fire resistant presented no greater hazard than other construction components commonly stored at a job site. When they did fire tests on all the other things you numerous things that you find on a construction site, and they found that it does not pose a greater hazard on the construction site. The OSFM did receive requests for others to watch the fire testing. Oklahoma State University was concerned about the accommodations based on the size of the facility, and the State Fire Marshal agreed with OSU that limiting the spectators to one from each interesting groups would be acceptable to manage the available space. However, all interested groups were allowed to witness the test. The work group proposed regulations for the California Building Standards Code and one for the California Professions Code. At the implementation, we were working with the Bureau of Electronic and Appliance Repair, Home Furnishings, and Thermal Insulation, or BARIFTI. It was determined that a change in Title IV would provide the same effect as changing the Business and Profession Code, which is statute. That would take legislation. So that was coordinated with BARIFTI, and they were working on that. The OSFM proposed a recommendation to the Code Advisory Committee, to the CAT Committee. And the CAT Committee had some very good comments. They pointed out that some of the standards that were referenced for the thermal barrier would allow non-fire retreated insulation in applications that are not under concrete on grade. So the State Fire Marshal, to address these issues, we took the thermal insulation out, spelled it specifically that if you're putting insulation under 3.5 inches of concrete on grade, and took the rest out. Kept it very specific to what we were talking about. We also, the CAC also had concerns about things in the fire code and the way it could be implemented. We actually removed the proposal from the fire code because those regulations are in NFPA 241. So the State Fire Marshal was mandated by the legislation to evaluate the non-FR foam insulation applications. We have proposed regulations that have been vetted through the public, through the comment process, and have huge support and some peer review. And this includes engineers, architects, firefighters, health professionals. We are, and just so you haven't noticed, we had about 71 letters of support, I think about 6 in opposition, 2 of which just came in. I will note that a letter came in from the Communication Workers of America and CALBO, the California Buildings Officials, sent a letter of support, which I just got this morning. So we were presenting these regulations with a very limited scope to meet the intent of the legislation. And it is widely supported, and it also helps address issues for firefighters. We ask you to approve this proposal.
Okay, thank you very much. Any commission questions about item 17?
Commissioner Sasaki, and this is more related to how often is this type of construction used? So I've been a practicing structural engineer for nearly 30 years. And granted, I don't do a lot of work in mountain areas, but I have never seen insulation below a slab on grade or on ground. And I'm just trying to kind of understand sort of the frequency of this construction, which will kind of help me understand, I think, I guess, opinions for and against this amendment.
This is more commonly done in cold country. So in certain parts of the country, it is actually mandated that you have insulation under there. We don't have those areas in California, but we do have areas up in the mountains where owners opt to add insulation under their foundation. And again, this is an option. This is not mandating that you use non-FR foam. This is a design option.
Right, and this is, I guess I was getting to the point about, is it would seem to me in cold country, when I say cold country, I'm talking about the Midwest and the East Coast, where there's long periods of cold weather, and I could understand, for example, a warehouse owner or someone wanting to insulate their floor slabs. Anyway, I guess it's a little hard for me to see that this particular amendment, in fact, impacts a lot of structures in California and even in mountain country, like up in the Tahoe area and places like that, which I have evaluated slabs on grade, and those that I've looked at don't have insulation below them. So
I am familiar, from what I've been told, that there are houses in Tahoe that do have insulation under there. And it's normally the owner's choice when they're building their house to add that as a comfort level.
I think, Commissioner Patel, I think the only two applications I've seen here, and I think you're right, Kent, we never see it down in Southern California either, is Climate Zone 16, perhaps. I don't even know if it's a mandatory requirement or just optional. And for radiant floors is the only two applications that I've seen.
I can't tell.
There. No.
Maddening. Basically, this is a optional limited application. Do you consider the labeling requirements adequate for an inspector to determine? I'm going to ask the question, or I'm going to make a statement and then ask, do you consider the labeling things adequate for an inspector to determine that things are put in the right place? And would it make more sense, or did you consider making it more affirmative? I keep thinking of the purple pipe analogy of whether you had a bright color on the foam so you could, make it sort of idiot-proof about location of installation.
Labeling was definitely a concern of ours, and we had it, and actually the work group at Oklahoma State University required it for both sides. The CAC did come up on the size, so we did limit or spell out the size has to be a half an inch. So we figured we could get on a full sheet, 6 or 8 by 4, you can get 4 complete warning labels on both sides. And normally I would find that it's put it in sheets, but there's always that concern that it could be used by another purpose, which is the same like purple pipe. But we think that we can't protect people from doing things that aren't allowed and that could be dangerous.
Okay.
I mean, we can give them all the warnings, which we will do.
Understood. Okay. Any other questions or comments from the commission?
I had one. We've seen the use of underfloor insulation in industrial cooling facilities. And also we're seeing more radiant heating and cooling of slabs and decks and seeing it there. So I guess my question is this applicable to industrial buildings, freezers, cooler plants, as well as commercial office and residential?
And the way it is written now is yes, as long as you have that 3.5 inches slab on grade, above and below, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
But as a follow-up, it is slab on grade. This is not something that would be a sandwich assembly for a floor ceiling assembly.
No, it's spelled specifically 3.5 inches concrete on grade.
Okay, thank you. Other questions or
and
comments?
I just had one follow-up, and I think you answered it, but the proposal for this was generated by legislation?
Correct.
Okay.
AB 127.
What date?
October 5, 2013.
Okay, thank you. Last call for the commission. Okay. I would ask the State Fire Marshal representatives to remain up there in case something comes up. We're now going to take public testimony. Well, first, let's see, are there any comment cards or public testimony for items 1 through 16 of the State Fire Marshal package? See if anybody has turned in. I don't think we have any comment cards. Going once, going twice in the audience for 1 through 16. Let's double check on the telephone for anyone who wants to make public comments on the phone for State Fire Marshal items on the California Building Code not related to under slab insulation, items 1 through 16.
You have 1 question remaining.
Okay, please go
Hi,
ahead.
good afternoon. Good afternoon, Commissioners, SFM staff. This is Kevin Reinertson with the Riverside County Fire Department, representing the California Fire Chiefs. I'm asking for clarification on a couple items that were brought up. You referenced items, I think, out of the Building Standards Commission's matrix, and I didn't have it in front of me to follow along. But for clarification, did you happen to remove the addition of DSA-AC to the definition of common use?
Could the agency respond?
That was one that we withdrew our proposal, which is the banner. We're not removing the definition, but we're just the proposal.
Right.
Yes, we removed.
Correct. And that comment, I'm not going to, for brevity, I won't comment on the fire code for that item, but that item was in the fire code as well. The next item I had has to do with section 308.5.3 and 308.5.4. I was looking for clarity as to what you were doing there. My humble opinion is that it's a statutory provision, and just changing the word 5 in 2 locations in that section to 6 would meet the intent of the statute of 13133, Health and Safety Code.
Yes, we talked about that. We determined that was an editorial change that would be acceptable.
Wonderful. For section 310.4.1, as well as in the fire code for the occupancy classifications.
Kevin, can you go a little more slowly? We're trying to keep up.
I couldn't hear you.
Could you go just a bit more slowly so that the transcriber can keep up?
Oh, sure. Sorry about that. For section 310.4.1, for the group R3.1 occupancies, you were striking out group homes. I wanted to verify whether that was remaining as struck out or going to remain in the code.
That remains there. It is still covered by the general statement, and there's also an exception for certain group homes at the bottom, so that would still be in there, but with no regulatory changes affected or is intended.
Okay. And I'm hoping to assist in the Group L occupancy discussions. That Ellie Klossberger had a couple questions. I sat on the committee, and I wanted to verify for you guys that the amendments to 453.4.2.1 were intended, and they are addressed in the fire code. This has to do with, I believe it has to do with the transportation above the 10th floor with hazardous materials. And since it's more of a use of the building, not so much a construction of the building, we felt it only needed to pertain in the fire code.
Okay. Commissioner Klaus-Bruckner?
Sorry, I had a question. Are you talking about the transportation requirements that are in the fire code 5003.10?
Correct.
Those are specific to corridors or enclosures for stairways and ramps only.
It may be in Chapter 6 where those provisions reside. We do have them in the fire code somewhere. But
the
that would be all my comments.
explanation that was given was only section 5003.10. If these things can be cleaned up in the interim, if they're, later.
Yeah, and I believe the SFM is going to be holding another L occupancy higher education lab committee in the near future.
Okay. You have anything else, Kevin?
No. I do want to give support for those proposals that have been withdrawn or removed, as well as support for the general overall package from Cal Chiefs, and staying neutral on a couple items themselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me check and see. I think there was only one call, but let's double check.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay. So we're leaving the public, that ends the public comment portion for items 1 through 16. We'll now open the public comment portion for item 17. As I discussed earlier, we're going to do this proponents first. I'll announce 2 names. I'm going to announce the person who's going to speak immediately, and then the person who's following them, so you can organize yourselves. We don't have a clock, but please try and keep an internal one. Keep it under 2 minutes. 1 minute would be even better. Whatever you can do to move it along. Having said that, I need to ask you to speak slowly and distinctly so we can keep up. It's like the Wagner opera, sing faster, but basically, whatever you can do, keep things relevant, no Me Too testimony. We will go through the proponents in the order that we were given. We will then go through opponents in the order that we were given by that group. No rebuttals. If anybody gets off track, I reserve the right to ask you to move along. But hopefully we can do this quickly. Like I say, getting out of here is in your hands at this point. So the first 2 people who have asked to speak on the support side.
Chair, I think this might be a good time to take a quick break for Mike, and then we can
Yeah,
go
because
through
this is going to
it's
be
gonna take a while.
It's going to be
Yeah.
an hour probably. So 10-minute break. Sorry to get you poised and ready and have you sit down again. But just so you know what you're doing, the first person to speak will be Arlene Blum. The second person to speak will be Donald Lucas. And then we will start in 10 minutes or 15 minutes to, and then hopefully we'll go through all the proponent and opponent things for.
150?
Yeah, it's about let's say 150, around 150 as a restart. Thank you. Thank you, Michael. We're going to, can we get everybody back up on the dais? I think we're missing one commissioner. We're still, yes. I think we're still waiting. We have one commissioner. Just for everyone's information, Commissioner Santillan, we're already suffering some depletion in our ranks, so we have Commissioner Santillan had to depart, but we still have a quorum. There's no issue of that. We're waiting, I think, for Commissioner Mickelton, and then we'll get started. As I said, and I think that it looks like we're ready to go. The first person up will be Arlene Blum. The second one will be Donald Lucas. And after Mr. Lucas, excuse me, Yafana? Is that close? Okay. Lafana Lamar will be after that. The other just point of kind of information we will be doing, there's testimony and no rebuttal in terms of people going back and forth between proponents and opponents. But we will have the proponents and opponents speaking in the room. Then we will go to the telephone, which is going to be a random event because that queue is set up by whoever gets in the queue first. So we'll probably go back and forth between proponents or opponents on the, or commentary in general on the phone line. But that will be the same way we've done it before for other things, is public testimony first and phone testimony after that. Okay, so the first person, we're all here. The first person speaking is Arlene Blum. Identify yourself and who you represent.
I'm Arlene Bloom, PhD.
Excuse me for the mispronunciation.
I'm a research scientist in chemistry at the University of California at Berkeley and executive director of the Green Science Policy Institute. Today, I and many others will speak in support of the State Fire Marshal's updated flammability standards for building insulation materials, and we will speak briefly. We've practiced it.
Having urged you to speak quickly, I need to urge you to slow down a little bit too.
Okay. Okay. Well, I've had extensive experience with flame retardants dating back to my research in the 1970s, which led to the removal of harmful tris flame retardants from baby pajamas across our country. A decade ago, colleagues and I learned from fire scientists that the flame retardants, as used to meet codes for furniture, children's products, and building insulation, did not provide a significant fire safety benefit. We already knew that these chemicals had a large potential to harm human and ecosystem health. Based on this information, Governor Jerry Brown updated California's furniture flammability standards so that today California's furniture is more fire safe without the need for any flame retardants. This is a great benefit to the health of our state. The code change that is before you today is similar. It will maintain fire safety and also benefit the health and environment of California. This code change proposal began, we're PhD scientists at the Institute, and the code change began with our 2012 peer-reviewed paper in the journal Building Research International, which demonstrated in detail with many references the health harm and lack of fire safety benefit of current requirements for flame retardants in foam plastic building insulation. Based on this paper, Nancy Skinner authored AB 127, and as you've heard, a working group and fire testing followed. We are here today to decide if California builders can have the freedom to make a choice of using building insulation without flame retardants below a concrete slab where there is neither a fuel source nor oxygen to initiate a fire. Flame retardant-free building insulation has been used successfully without incident for nearly 2 decades in Norway and Sweden. I urge you to support this code change proposal, which maintains fire safety and gives builders the choice to use materials that can improve the health and environment of California. And I'd like to say Nancy Skinner was supposed to speak next, and she's ill today. And she sent me her brief statement and asked me to read it. Would that be okay?
Is that acceptable? Yeah. Yes, she's on the list.
Yeah, she was planning to attend and speak. I appreciate that after a long period of deliberation, the Commission is considering modifications to the building insulation standards to limit flame retardant chemicals in certain building materials. I respectfully request the Commission adopt the proposed modifications. The changes proposed by the State Fire Marshal are a good first step in meeting the mandate set forth in my bill, AB 127, which became law in 2013, some 6 years ago. I appreciate that the State Fire Marshal has reached the conclusion, based on significant scientific evidence, that removing flame retardants from specific building material does not create a fire risk and instead reduces health risks of exposure to chemicals. I look forward to the Commission's continued deliberation in the hopes that as building material advances, we can further limit the use of flame retardant chemicals.
Thank you. The next person up is Donald Lucas, and after that, Yafana Lamar.
Thank you. I am Donald Lucas. I retired after 37 years of doing combustion research at the Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory in UC Berkeley, and was the Deputy Division Director of the EH&S Division at the National Lab. I support the Fire Marshal's proposal. Instead of going into long and highly technical arguments, I just want to state that the AB 127 and SFM process resulted in clear and
Slow down just a little bit.
And lean in a little too. That's a bad mic.
Okay.
Could we get these two to switch?
Sure. Yeah, okay. Good idea. Yeah, you can see them and hear them too.
That had a problem last time, didn't we?
The moon is in technology today, I think.
Is that better? Is that better?
Turn it on.
Not sure,
Is it on?
not sure it's on.
There we go.
Okay.
There we go. Much
Good.
better.
So I just want to state that the AB 127 and SFM's process resulted in clear and simple conclusions with the testing done by the OSU fire experts. When installed below grade under a concrete slab, insulation without flame retardants presents no risk of fire spread to the building and no additional danger to the occupants of the building or first responders. Adding flame retardants to polystyrene insulation does not significantly change peak heat release rates. The time to ignition for polystyrene insulation without flame retardants is comparable to other combustion materials commonly found at construction sites. As an experimental combustion scientist, I believe the research and conclusions were sound and have been correctly interpreted by the SFM. Why do I believe that? I was involved with the AB 127 issue from the beginning, where I testified for Representative Skinner when she presented her bill. I served as a member of the State Fire Marshal's working group and reviewed all their reports. It was a long and thorough process from the SSM that involved a large number of participants with a wide range of backgrounds, including the foam insulation industry and their consultants, research scientists and engineers, the building industry, architects, labor, environmental groups, and fire professionals. Finally, I have performed similar tests to those done at the OSU and had similar results. The proposal from the State Fire Marshal is simple, reasonable, and meaningful, and should be approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So far, we're doing pretty well on, very good on time, and we're doing fairly well on speed. Yafana Lamar, and then after that is David Rich.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Yafana Lamar. I'm the Policy Manager at the Bureau of Household Goods and Services, formerly named the Bureau of Home Furnishings and Thermal Insulation. The Bureau enforces California's insulation standards, including the requirement that insulation material...
Way too fast.
Sorry.
Think of it as, do me a favor and do me a favor and see the periods when you guys are speaking and pause when you see a period. That gives Mike a chance to catch up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry. The Bureau enforces California's insulation standards, including the requirement that insulation material meet a specific resistance to combustion. The Oklahoma State study shows insulation that exhibits resistance to combustion provides no benefit in preventing the start or spread of fire when used in the foundation of buildings. In response to those findings, the fire marshal's proposal would allow polystyrene boards to be exempt from the flammability standards of the California building when used in the foundation of buildings. While this proposal would protect consumers and firefighters from unnecessary exposure to flame retardant chemicals, using these insulation products would be in violation of the Bureau's regulations. As a consumer protection agency, the Bureau is concerned with protecting the health and safety of consumers. Therefore, based on the finding that combustion-resistant insulation provides no benefit when used in foundations, the Bureau will commit to proposing an update to its regulations. Should the fire marshal's proposal be approved, the Bureau would seek to allow polystyrene insulation material used in accordance with the fire marshal's proposal to be exempt from the Bureau's combustion resistance standard, thereby allowing its sale in California. Lastly, the Bureau appreciates the fire marshal's responsiveness to concerns regarding labeling of untreated insulation. The Bureau believes that clear labeling will provide guidance on proper storage and help to prevent exempted material from being used in areas of buildings where treated insulation does provide a benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next up is David Rich, followed by Megan Kalsman.
And this is BSC staff again. Just one more time, just for everybody, think of it as you're reading these sentences, you have multiple phrases and words that are highly technical and lengthy and a long sentence. And so you read that sentence and then you roll right into the next sentence and there's just no time. So I'd like you to read those complicated sentences more slowly, and then please see the periods and pause for a couple seconds between each sentence. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is David Rich, and I am a founding partner of a fire protection engineering firm called Reax Engineering. We're based in the Bay Area. I did my PhD research on burning of plastics at Cal Berkeley. I teach there, and I teach in the graduate program in fire protection engineering down at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. I'm also, I spent 10 years in the San Francisco Fire Department as a rescue captain and paramedic. I thought Chief Anderson did a great job of talking about the Oklahoma State study, and I wanted to give my own impressions. One of the jobs that I have in my firm is third-party peer reviews on behalf of municipal fire protection or fire services. We do a half a dozen or a dozen of them a year, and the fire code, that's usually in support of some sort of code variance. Fire code requires a rational engineering analysis, supported at times by testing. So I looked at the Oklahoma State work in that light with respect to this proposal, and what I found was an excellent report, an excellent test program, which is not surprising to me, given that it was developed in conjunction with a very large and diverse group within their working group and task force. The findings, which I don't need to repeat all of them here, but could be summarized quite easily. The findings of small-scale ignition tests, 1, under slab combustion and fire spread, 2, and intermediate scale tests of stored materials on construction sites showed that for the under slab condition, there is no enhanced risk to occupants or firefighters with the use of non-fire retarded foam. On the storage question, they did a very good job of testing a range of materials and finding where non-fire retarded foam sits within that range on a construction site, then using their data as part of a hazard analysis to show that this did not provide a significant risk to enhanced risk to firefighters in construction site fires. In my own experience, I do a lot of fire investigation support, scientific and forensic reconstructions. I have never seen below slab fire. My data is limited, of course, so I went to the National Fire Incident Reporting System data, just as the OSU folks did, and I find limited evidence, given the limitations of that database, for a clear and present danger associated with this application. So I would encourage, as I would any building official or fire official, that based on a rational engineering analysis and the tests, the fire tests done, that this proposal be accepted for providing an equivalent level of fire life safety to the existing prescriptive requirements of the code. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person up is Megan Kalsman, followed by Catherine Scott.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Megan Kalsman, speaking on behalf of San Francisco Department of the Environment with the City and County of San Francisco.
You're close, but a little slower.
San Francisco's Department of the Environment, Fire Department, and Department of Building Inspection express our strong support for the California State Fire Marshal's proposal to allow the use of polystyrene building insulation without added flame retardants for use in below concrete applications. Our letter of support is in your docket. The City and County of San Francisco has long been interested in reducing exposure to chemical flame retardants while maintaining fire safety. For example, as of January 1st, 2019, San Francisco banned the sale of all upholstered furniture and certain children's products containing chemical flame retardants in order to reduce occupants' and firefighters' exposure to these harmful chemicals. The state of California passed a very similar law that will go into effect in 2020. The State Fire Marshal's proposal is another way that California can take the lead on reducing exposure to toxic flame retardants and improve green building practices. Since the State Fire Marshal has determined that in below slab situations, there are no ignition sources nor oxygen to support combustion, flame retardants are unnecessary and may expose workers manufacturing these products to these chemicals. As a city, we have a green purchasing policy mandating that we use sustainable, non-toxic materials whenever possible for any city purchase, including building materials. This change to the building code will allow for safer polystyrene insulation products to enter the market, giving the city a healthier option for the construction of new buildings. Additionally, as the state works to tackle climate change, we are called to reduce waste and recycle more. We must work towards a circular economy where products can be recycled back into new products. It is critical that recycled content products are safe. Toxic chemicals have no place in a circular economy. Thank you.
Thank you. So next up is Catherine Scott, followed by Marjorie Smith.
Good afternoon, Catherine Austin Scott, representing the California Hospital Association.
Could you lean in a little bit too? It's hard. Is it just me or is it hard to hear her?
A little closer? Is that better?
There we go. That's
All
better.
right. I'll defer to the previous speakers regarding the policy and summary of the science.
Thank you.
California Hospital Association is here to support the proposal because we have been working hard to meet green building standards and achieve safe and efficient hospitals and healthcare facilities over the last few years. We've been working closely with OSHPD. Do I need to spell? Okay.
No.
To balance our building requirements with modern science. We want to ensure building codes provide options to allow us to meet the most innovative building material, use the most innovative building materials, as well as quickly address concerns for our members. Our hospitals want the healthiest environment possible for our employees, patients, and doctors. We should have the choice to select subgrade insulation without the use of fire retardants where chemicals do not provide a safe fire safety benefit. For those reasons, we support this proposal.
Thank you very much. So next up is Marjorie Smith, and that's followed by Suzanne Drake.
Sorry, can I ask a question? Sorry, how often do you guys see this insulation
under slab in hospitals in California?
I had a feeling you were going to ask that question. And I quickly texted about 5 people. I don't have a certain answer for you. I'm not an engineer that works on hospitals specifically. I can tell you based on some quick discussions over the iPhone, we do have climate environments that would warrant the use of insulation. For example, North Truckee Tahoe has just recently built a building that probably has insulation under the subflooring. In areas like Mammoth, they'll be building here pretty soon. They may also use that sub-insulation. I can't tell you how many a year, but it's enough for us to get engaged. Our hospital systems did want us to be a stronger voice on this.
I apologize for
No.
the loaded out of the
No.
question.
I guessed
We're
it.
just trying to get our heads wrapped around this issue, and
It's a fair question.
how big of an issue is it? So I'm just getting as much information as
You
possible.
should also know that hospitals are required to meet a seismic requirement that's unlike most buildings, and given the complexity of that hospital in the next 10 years, you guys all probably know this, I'm sorry. In the next 10 years, we anticipate billions being spent in hospital buildings. Even if not to meet the seismic requirement, our hospital stock is on average about 60 years old. So we anticipate a fair amount of building and heavy construction over the next 20 years.
Can we move on?
Sorry.
So next up, I think, is Marjorie Smith, followed by Suzanne Drake.
Hi, I'm Marjorie Smith. I'm a registered architect with Siegel and Strain Architects. I'm a member of the AIA, and I'm also here, which is the American Institute of Architects. I'm also representing the San Francisco chapter of the American Institute of Architects, which is in full support of this proposed code change to the flammability standards for building insulation. Members of the AIA have a binding obligation to environmental ethical standards. Quoting directly from the Code of Ethics, members must select and use building materials to minimize exposure to toxins and pollutants in the environment to promote environmental and human health. And they must consider with their clients the environmental effects of their project decisions. The proposed code change to the flammability standards would give architects an important tool to choose products with their clients that support environmentally responsible design. It provides a win-win choice considering life safety and human health. Non-fire retardant polystyrene insulation beneath slabs reduces environmental exposure to toxins while improving energy performance, and it has no increased fire risk. Right now, I'm working on a multi-building hospitality project that's located in Climate Zone 16 on an environmentally sensitive site. The scope includes many slabs on grade, and if we had the opportunity, utilizing non-flame retardant polystyrene beneath the slabs would meet the client's mandate to minimize the use of toxic chemicals, conserve energy, and would be, being a great steward to our site. And just as a side note as well, because I'm working on this project, the Energy Code does require foam insulation at a slab on grade in Climate Zone 16, if it is, of course, a conditioned building. So I urge you to support this code change.
Thank you. Suzanne Drake is next, followed by Martin Hammer.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Suzanne Drake. I'm representing Perkins & Will Architects. We are a global architecture and design firm of about 2,000 professionals who are leaders in sustainable design, and that includes high-performance building envelopes. Our clients and project sites are regional, national, and international. Many of those clients seek us out because they want the most energy efficient, least harmful materials for their projects. Having the option to use a product without added toxic chemicals is very important to both us and our clients. In further support of the technical merits of this proposal, I would like to read two quotes from a couple of relevant reports. First, from the Norwegian Climate and Pollution Agency, I quote, "Slab on ground is a very common foundation method in buildings. Insulation placed underneath the concrete slab is considered to be the most fire-safe solution. In the finished foundation, the insulation materials are well protected from fire exposure. EPS without flame retardant or slabs of heavy stone wool are excellent materials for insulation underneath the slab. There is no advantage of using fire-resistant materials or materials with flame retardant in this construction." Secondly, from the United Nations EP Ad Hoc Working Group, I quote, by using thermal barriers, it is possible to fulfill fire safety requirements in most of the uses in construction and buildings with EPS and XPS without a flame retardant. This has been reported to be an available alternative on the market by Finland, Norway, Sweden, and Spain. The national fire safety requirements are achieved by the building codes specifying the different uses of insulation products in buildings and construction through the use of thermal barriers, and hence the use of flame retardants is not required to achieve fire safety even when using EPS and XPS insulation. Thank you.
Thank you. Starting to hear a little Me Too. It's pretty well, everyone's doing very well on time. I appreciate that a lot. And so far, not too much Me Too, but we're doing great. Martin Hammer is next, and then Clark Rendall. Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Good afternoon. My name is Martin Hammer. I'm a licensed architect with over 30 years experience in residential and commercial design and construction. I have over 15 years of code development experience in California and in the ICC process, and 20 years in forensic construction investigations. First, I want to extend the answers commissioners provided to Commissioner Sasaki's question of frequency of use. When I heard that question, I immediately thought of two projects of mine that used below slab insulation. And in mild heating climates below elevations of 1,500 feet, it's not uncommon. I would have used the provisions in OSFM's proposal if I could have. I attended the BFO Code Advisory Committee hearings and heard the comments and suggestions from the committee in public testimony. The State Fire Marshal's Office thoroughly addressed these by making revisions to create the proposals that are in front of you. The revisions included eliminating the application for frost-protected shallow foundations, clarifying that the remaining application is below a concrete slab on grade, limiting the insulation type to polystyrene, the type of insulation that was tested by OSU, and improving the labeling language and defining its size and frequency on the product. Regarding the labeling, many building materials have different labels for different uses. Type X gypsum board and the many structural grades of lumber and plywood are safely used according to their labeling and in enormous quantities. They're routinely specified, installed, and inspected with proper use. The essence of the State Fire Marshal's proposals is simple. Do not require flame retardants in a material application where there is no fire risk. I urge the Commission to approve the State Fire Marshal's proposals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Clark Rendell and then Paul Werner, or Wormer.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Clark Rendell. I'm here with Troon Pacific, a residential real estate development company in San Francisco. I'm involved with the design and construction of our homes and also responsible for tracking our sustainability and environmental health initiatives. One of our main initiatives is guaranteeing a healthy indoor environment for our homeowners. We do this not only through advanced air filtering and ventilation technology, but also through specification and installation of building materials that are free of toxic chemicals. One class of chemicals that we avoid whenever possible is flame retardants due to their toxicity. Today we are talking about updating a building code to allow below slab insulation to be free of flame retardants. Updating this code would allow us to reduce the amount of toxic chemicals in the built environment and create healthier homes for our clients. That being said, I and the rest of the staff at True Pacific support updating this code to allow for below slab insulation to be free of flame retardants. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Ernest Pacheco. Or no, wait a minute, did I skip somebody? Paul Wermer, excuse me. And then Ernest Pacheco after that. I got ahead of myself there.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Paul Wermer. I'm a retired chemist. I participated on the AB 127 working group, and in my professional capacity, I was on more than one occasion involved in transportation and storage questions. The reason that's significant, and I guess this is either a very late rebuttal or a pre-buttal, to claims or allegations that these non-flame retardant foams provide a significant hazard in transport and storage. There are a few facts that clearly demonstrate that that's not the case. Fact, the Department of Transportation treats flame retardant free foams the same as it treats flame retarded foam. No difference, no special labeling requirements. They're combustibles. And fact, NFPA lists both flame retarded and flame retardant free foam products as Group A plastics. They are both combustibles in the same storage group. Has NFPA considered the difference between the two? Yes. When they established sprinkler requirements for Group A plastic storage, they used pallets of polystyrene foam.
Slow down a little.
Yeah,
Sorry.
go ahead, put a period at the end.
Yes, I apologize.
And a pause.
I get on a roll and it just...
Yeah, we all do, it's tough.
So when establishing sprinkler requirements for the Group A plastic storage, they used pallets of polystyrene foam meat trays as the test sample. Food contact foam does not contain flame retardants for good reason. The sprinkler requirements therefore clearly deal appropriately with flame retardant-free foam. They know the storage requirements. Fact, in 2001, California used more than 166,000 tons of polystyrene for packaging and food service usage, more than 4 times the amount of building and construction uses. It's a high-volume commodity product. It's shipped, stored, and handled with no undue risk. Large amounts of these foams are used and shipped daily. We don't see reports of foam fires in the news very often. And there are many other Group A plastics that are in foams that are in wide use. Finally, it was touched on earlier, the NFPA does address the construction site storage and handling requirements and hot work. So existing codes recognize and address the risks related to getting it to the construction site and into the building, and I'm encouraging you to approve the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Ernest Pacheco, and followed by Bill Alejo.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. At the Chair's direction, I struck out half of my comments, so I'm not me-tooing. My name is Ernest Pacheco. I'm the Environmental Programs Coordinator for Communication Workers of America District 9.
Now you definitely got
Yeah, really slow down a lot. Imagine trying to type that while you're talking.
All right. Communication Workers of America represents 700,000 workers across the U.S., Canada, and Puerto Rico, with District 9 representing over 50,000 California workers. CWA supports the State Fire Marshal's proposal for below slab insulation that does not include the unnecessary and toxic fire retardants. We supported the enabling legislation back in 2013. We participated in the early working group, some of the early working group meetings, and we are delighted that now in 2019, after years of deliberation and study, we're prepared to finally take a concrete step forward. From manufacturing all the way through transport, storage, installation, demolition, and disposal, workers are exposed to the toxic chemicals in these building materials at every step. Allowing builders to use insulation without such hazardous chemicals in the materials are a benefit to our workers. and as the Office of the State Fire Marshal has demonstrated, does not impair fire safety. The California Building Code should not stand in the way of builders who want to use these less toxic materials that will reduce exposure to our members. We agree with the American Public Health Association, who points out in their analysis on the issue of toxic fire retardants and widespread human exposure that, quote, state and local government should consider updates to codes and regulations in their jurisdiction that would protect public health by allowing for reduced use of harmful flame retardants, unquote. As a union, we care first and foremost about the well-being of our workers, of our members, and this proposal would decrease the amount of toxic exposure our members have, and we strongly support this measure. Thank you.
Thank you. I have two more cards for proponents, Bill Alejo, and then after that is Joseph Charbonnet. Making sure, do we have any outstanding proponents who haven't turned in a card? Last call. Okay, do we have a card for you? Can you fill one out? Okay, so Mr. Alejo.
Hi, I'm Bill Alio with the Environmental Working Group.
Close, apologies.
Here in Sacramento. It's been happening since kindergarten. EWG, or Environmental Working Group, has done groundbreaking work on identifying chemicals in the human body. The average American has over 200 such chemicals in their bodies. We've supported several pieces of legislation that would reduce the need for flame retardant chemicals in furniture, housing, etc. These chemicals add to what is known as body burden, or sometimes the chemical cocktail. As science progresses, we're finding out that even minute amounts of these chemicals may cause really bad diseases such as cancer and birth defects. We also know now that application of many of these flame retardants was unnecessary in many cases. We think the instance here is one of those cases, and we support the Fire Marshal's recommendation that will protect workers, and as Mr. Pacheco said, not just construction we think of, but also demolition, remodeling, remediation, as well as consumers and firefighters. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, Joseph Charbonnet.
I've also been getting that name wrong since kindergarten, but you nailed it, so thanks.
My wife speaks enough French that she's got a little.
My name is Dr. Joe Charbonnet. I earned my PhD from UC Berkeley with a focus in environmental chemistry. I'm a science and policy associate researching flame retardants at the Green Science Policy Institute. I would like to perhaps offer another pre-buttal by speaking to the toxicity of flame retardant chemicals, including the newer generation of polymeric flame retardants, which have been marketed as healthier alternatives. I would draw your attention to an academic research article published in the top peer-reviewed environmental chemistry journal just this month. It found that there could be significant risk to humans and ecosystems from this newer flame retardant chemical, commonly called poly-FR, because it breaks down into smaller brominated organic compounds.
Okay, you're doing well. Just keep putting periods at the end.
Okay. These and similar scientific findings suggest that all flame retardant compounds used in polystyrene insulation, even the new generation of flame retardants, pose the toxicological risk that motivates and mandates their inclusion in the scope of AB 127 and this proposal. Therefore, I encourage your approval of the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last, on the proponent side, we have Mark Christian. How are we doing on timing? We've probably got about 7 or 8 on the other side. I think it might be a good thing to break after this point, or how? You want to keep going? You want? Okay, let's do this. The last proponent, last call for proponents, and then we'll take a 10-minute break, and we'll take opponents and then phone immediately after that.
I'll be very brief.
That's fine.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Mark Christian with the American Institute of Architects, California. The AIA California Council supports this proposal for many of the reasons already stated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we will take a 10-minute break, 15. Let's come back at 2:45, and we'll start off with the proponents. Anyone, or opponents, excuse me, anyone on the, and I'm going to close out the proponent side. Anyone who has not filled out an opposition card, make sure you get that to us and tell us where you want to put it in the queue. And immediately after that, we will go to the phones. Thank you. Okay, everybody. You get everybody seated and in place. You got the list of, you got my list for me?
It's not this one's not a list, this is the card.
Okay, in the right order?
Yep.
Okay, we're going to get started. Just to repeat a couple of housekeeping items, we're going to hear the opponents to this proposal. Item 17 of the State Fire Marshal's agenda item 12A. Anyone on the phone, be prepared to get in the queue immediately after, because we're going to the phones right after the opponent's discussion. We have, I think, about 7 or 8 cards. There is no 2-minute clock, but a lot of you are used to testifying at ICC, so keep that in mind. Although, since there is no clock, you do need to speak slowly so the transcriber can get it down. The first person who will be speaking is John Tacker, and then immediately after that is Michael Fisher.
Thank you. John Tacker, UL. And I would say that at the ICC hearings, though, we don't have to worry about our periods, but I will try to be mindful of that, Mike. UL has advocated for the appropriate fire performance testing of foamed plastic building materials for decades. We are not in favor of exempting tests on these materials that establish appropriate levels of fire performance and subsequently identifying those products with cautionary markings. The proposed marking of products that don't comply with the specified fire performance criteria is unprecedented in installation codes and has the potential to lead to misapplications with designers, contractors, and code enforcers. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Next up is Michael Fisher, and then after that, Ted Grant. And identify who you are and who you're representing.
Testing? Okay.
You're on.
I'm Mike Fisher. I work for Kellen Company. I'm representing the Center for the Polyurethanes Industry, which is part of the American Chemistry Council, producers of spray polyurethane foam insulation. I was a member of the Phase 1 work group. We heard discussions earlier about being a member of the work group. Just be careful, there were 2 work groups and they were completely different. I'll start with that. The first thing I want to mention is that we heard some discussion in pre-buttal in testimony about health impacts. I'm not going to focus on that, Lorraine will. I'm going to focus on the process and a little bit on fire safety. We're here because of AB 127, obviously. That's why we're here. AB 127 sets some pretty clear guidance on what is before you today. It acknowledged that new standards could provide flexibility in meeting flammability standards, directed the Office of the State Fire Marshal to review the current flammability standards in the code, proposed to the Building Standards Commission updated flammability standards. I'm going to repeat that. Proposed to the Building Standards Commission updated flammability standards that maintain overall building fire safety and ensure adequate protection from fires for occupants and responders. Further noted that action on this going forward is at the sole discretion of the commission, period. The problem is that the process that played out didn't meet the rules that California sets forward. It just totally flaunted it. You heard discussion about the work groups. I was a member of Phase 1. We had a lot of people that spent a lot of time in Sacramento on the Phase 1 report. We had a divided report. Apparently the solution to that problem, when you can't get consensus on a direction that you want, is to just basically reinvent the work group in Phase 2 by eliminating half the people that were at the table, half the people being those of us that ended up on one side of the issue. We were shut out of the process. In fact, the only representative from industry who was invited to participate in the Phase 2 report was someone who was not on the Phase 1 work group. And I'll let him speak in a minute on that. The question of process we have rules that we have to follow here in this process. And we've submitted some comments from the American Chemistry Council that were submitted under the name of the Energy Efficient Foam Coalition, which we're a part of. Proposals have to meet the 9-point criteria for modifications. They do not. The proposals do not meet that. They must not increase or present new fire hazards within the built environment. This isn't a question of how much. It's a question of, do they increase the fire hazard? And they do. What the State Fire Marshal's proposal has done is not fulfill AB 127 and propose updated flammability standards. They've removed the flammability standards. And they did so kind of curiously in opposition to their own report, because on page 22 of the Phase 2, which was the Phase 2 working group report, it limits the scope of their proposal activity to 1 and 2 family dwellings, period. And it's underlined and it's bold in that section of the report. And yet what we have before you is much more far-reaching than that. I think I'm getting close on my 2 minutes, probably.
Yeah, but there's no limit.
So I'm just going to use this and hold this up. You all have seen this. It's been submitted to you. There's a series of red X's. This proposal, on all of the procedural guidelines that are before you and all the rules that you have to follow under the California administrative law, does not pass muster and should not go forward. You should take advantage of the AB 127, exercise your sole discretion, and disapprove the proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Ted Grant, and followed by Marcelo Hirschler.
Hello, my name is Ted Grant. I'm with Atlas CPS. I'm the technical director, and I've been in the foam plastic industry for 20 years. Atlas became involved in this project when we were contacted by Bear Hafty, who was looking for a source of non-flame retardant EPS for this study. Reportedly, they were looking at otherwise sourcing it from Norway. So we discussed it within our company, and we decided that if we participated and were allowed to witness the testing and be part of the advisory group, we would learn something about our materials. Since I've been in the industry, there's been flame retardants in our products, and all of our experience in burn testing of construction products is with flame retardant EPS. So we went into this with an open mind, hoping to gain some insight for product innovation, understanding that the market is looking for change in our industry. We manufactured experimental EPS. We don't normally make construction products with non-flame retardant configuration. And we learned some things. The first thing, what we learned was very surprising. You could have knocked me over with a feather when we saw our foam from the experimental non-flame retardant version burn below grade. In hindsight, because our product is 98% air, it brings oxygen to the party. Even if it's buried, it has a source of oxygen. We found the non-flame retardant material would burn with a candle, which in our experience simply doesn't happen. We usually need a block of wood to catch the material on fire. Of all the tested products that were for storage conditions in a miniature storage test, the non-flame retardant material caught fire very quickly. I think it was stated in the report that it was equivalent to ABS pipe. ABS pipe required, I think, 8 to 9 minutes. It was very boring to watch. Finally, it took fire. And not so with the non-flame retardant DPS. And we found out that the FR EPS that we sell currently performed admirably in situ and also in storage conditions. It was very robust in its performance and its resistance to ignition. What we did not learn how the material burned below slab. During the course of the study, which is for frost-protected shallow foundation, we were using 4-foot long samples. I think Greg, you said something of 10 foot, and that was misspoken. In order to test below slab, I made it known to the researcher, we would need to increase the density of the foam plastic to hold the slab weight of 3.5 inches of concrete. What we used was 1.5 PCF, which is traditionally called 15 PSI in our industry. At least 25 PSI would be required for a slab. Sometimes people specify greater amounts of that. In terms of fire, that's fuel. So that fuel is not tested. There are details below slab that we would have wanted to test, such as if you have radon mitigation venting, or if you have corrugated material or waffle material for hydroponic heating, which is very common in our industry to manufacture products that are not flat in order to accept the hydroponic tubing. So that testing actually did not occur. Neither was testing for smoke. In an interior environment below slab, we would have wanted to collect how much smoke was developed during the testing, because there are rules in the building code currently for the maximum amount of smoke obscuration you can have from an interior exposed test. Even though it wasn't exposed, that's where the smoke would go. Our takeaway was that there needs to be further study. We probably haven't done a good job of educating the public that we have 0.8% of a flame retardant in our product, which is 98% air. And we have switched to the new polymeric flame retardant after work with EPA designed for environment. So we've done what we think is responsible as a company. I don't believe after witnessing the test we would want to make a non-flame retardant product in response to the market. We do know our business very well. We know that we ship on flatbeds with exposed material. Coffee cups or material used for packaging, I know they're out there, but they go into OEMs. They go into other environments. They don't go on flatbed trucks. They don't go into construction environments. They're not 38,000 board foot of material at once, is what we ship. We cut with hot wires. Non-flame retardant foams are normally shape molded. They don't see a hot wire in order to shape them or cut them for construction application. We know that in California, because it's a very heavy termite infestation area, foam plastics in contact with grade have to have a termiticide in them. So the termiticides available for our industry are borate, which is a flame retardant, which would go against the requirements of this proposal, or imidacloprid. So just keep that in mind. That's what you're basically mandating. My boss always says, we can't be all things to all people. There are alternatives available. There's foamed glass. I hear a lot of passion in this room for selecting materials that don't have flame retardants, as if flame retardants is a generic term. They're specific chemicals. But if you don't want a flame retardant, there are products currently on the market. And selecting those materials will drive change quicker than doing code changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Marcelo Hirschler, and then followed by John Weisman. And then immediately after that, the last one would be Lorraine Ross.
Good afternoon. I am Dr. Marcelo Hirschler, and I'm with GBH International, and I represent the North American Flame Retardant Alliance at NAFRA. I have obtained a doctorate, and I have over 500 publications, mostly on fire safety. I have been a member, as have others here, of the Phase 1 group, but as have others here, not been allowed to participate in the Phase 2 group. I live in California. Living in California, I heard from our new governor that fire safety is a high priority for California. And I'm horrified that now the state has a report demonstrating that fire safety is severely compromised by this proposed change, and it is being under consideration. the report from the Oklahoma State University demonstrated the decrease in fire safety of product that will be present in a construction site if allowed. Since most of you are not geeks on fire testing, I want to show you something. The non-fire retarded foam, the fire retarded foam needed this to ignite, ASTM E108 ignition source B. The non-fire retarded foam needed this to ignite. This is the ASTM D2859 methenamine pill. If you look at what was distributed to you, there is a picture from page 58 of the report. The picture, yes. The picture shows the effect of this ASTM D2859 methenamine pill on non-fire retarded and fire retarded.
I just want to pause for a second.
Yes, sir.
Make sure this was passed out. Everyone.
There are some copies at the back as well.
There are copies at the back.
Just slow down.
You need to slow down. There is no time limit, so it's working. You can take as much time as you want. I shouldn't say that, but don't.
You don't tell me that because I can go
Yes,
forever.
I take that back. The other thing is I wish we had the ICC rule of no visual aids, but that's out of the barn. Go ahead. I think the main thing is just to make sure that we get everything recorded, so just speak slowly.
Well, it is very important. The Oklahoma State University report states that there is a slight difference in ignitability between the non-fire retarded foam and the fire retarded foam. That is nonsense. There is a massive difference in ignitability between the two. I showed you the ignition sources needed to ignite one and the other, and you see what happens in the picture that you got there. It's not just ignitability. The Oklahoma State University report on page 53 shows you the flame spread from the same ignition source once it gets burning on non-flame retarded foam and flame retarded foam. And you now notice the massive difference between the two. So this is not a minor difference in fire safety. It is a
Slow down.
It is a massive difference in fire safety. The project, as already was said by Mike Fisher, did not develop any new tests as required at AB 127. The project significantly lowers fire safety. Let me give you another example of how the project lowers fire safety. One, the project has a cockamamie way of assessing fire risk, which has nothing to do with accepted engineering practice or with the typical standard for assessing fire risk, which is ASTM E1776. It doesn't do any of that, but it creates some kind of a table for fire risk. When you look at that table for fire risk, you find that the fire risk of non-fire retarded EPS foam is higher than, of course, fire retarded foam, but it's also higher than polyethylene sheets. The polyethylene sheets that you typically would use on a construction site to protect products. At the ICC code hearings last year, a proposal was put forward by the California fire chiefs and was accepted as submitted without change that would require that all of these tarpaulins that are used on construction sites meet a fire test. ASTM E84, Class A, or a very high heat, or a very low heat release. None of these products meet anything like that. So we're going to have on a construction site new products that we know, products that are much better than that are no longer allowed. So the problem is primarily what's going to happen on the construction site, what's going to happen there. Ted told you that the problem is also under slab because and we don't know what it is because Oklahoma State University has not tested anything under slab. Tested underground but not under slab, so we don't know what happened there. But on the construction site where all these products are going to be stored until they're installed, then we have a huge increase in fire safety. I also want to point out, and this is going to be the last thing I'm going to say, I also want to point out that This project was looked at ICC 5 or 6 times, both by the committees in the IBC and in the IRC and by the membership, and it was rejected every time. There is a requirement for the California codes to adopt the ICC unless there is a massive reason not to do that. There is no reason not to do that. In fact, there is every reason not to change from the ICC codes, which have demonstrated fire safety. I urge you to disapprove this proposal. Thank you for your attention.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask him a question?
Marcelo?
I just had a quick question. On this test, was it done in the same, was it covered in concrete?
No, this is just the ignitability.
Right, okay, so that's what my curious is.
This is what happened, just so you...
I understand, no, you answered my question. I just want to know if it was covered in
just
concrete.
to explain further, what is ASTM D2859? It is the test that every carpet sold in this country has to pass.
I understand.
Okay.
Thank you. You answered my question. And I just had one other question,
Sure.
if you can answer it. Is there a cost to add or delete the fireproofing material in the polystyrene foam?
I'm assuming that Ted Grant would answer the question better than I do, but non-fire retardant construction foam is not sold in this country.
Okay,
So.
thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission? Okay. Thank you, Marcelo. Then John Weisman and Lorraine Ross. Are there any other folks who in the audience who want to speak in opposition? You should get a card in. Otherwise, right now, Lorraine would be the last speaker in the audience, and then we'll go to the phone. Identify yourself and who you represent.
Sure, thank you. John Weistman here from Kellen Company, here representing the Extruded Polystyrene Foam Association, or that's XPSA, and our members, for lack of easier way to describe it, make the pink, green, and blue stuff.
Okay.
The foam insulation that you see, this pink and...
About.
Thank you. All right. I want to look at this proposal from a technical perspective, but from the perspective that let's assume that we manufacturers brought this proposal in front of you instead of the State Fire Marshal's office. Let's also assume that AB 127 didn't exist. So let's just look at this proposal from the technical merits that are in front of you. Let's assume that we wanted to introduce a revised polystyrene insulation product to the market for very limited applications. In this case, at-grade under concrete slabs. And let's assume we wanted to rely on the OSU reports. And a couple takeaways that I think we can see in the OSU reports that are concerning and should be concerning is this new product catches fire very easily. When it catches fire, it spreads significantly. Two very important things, very simple, but two very important things. This product that we're assuming we might want to introduce, or code change proposals, does not pass any of the current fire test requirements in the code. So let's just exempt it from all the fire tests. Let's bring a proposal forward that exempts this product from all the fire tests. And to help address that potential issue of misapplication, let's put some information on the product, label of the product, so that everybody can see when they're put it in the wrong place. We would expect in code development arena that fire safety professionals, fire code officials, they'd look at this proposal, and if I brought it to the ICC code development arena, the committee would vote 14-0 in opposition to this. They'd say to me, they'd probably tell me I was laughable in presenting this technical, this based on the technical justification that we have here. So I would encourage you to disapprove this proposal. Thank you.
John.
I had a question also.
Again, and never. Basically, you're positing a hypothetical situation in terms of it's not the way things were presented to us, but it's an interesting point.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I think Commissioner Booth had a question.
I just had a quick question. On the OSU test that was done, I assume obviously you looked at it. Do you have any technical objections to either the way it was done or the assembly that was tested?
The testing helped us learn a lot about how it performed, and honestly, it scares the heck out of us.
Okay.
And how it performs.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the commission? Okay. No, sir.
I was just going to respond to his question if you wanted.
Is that in order? Yeah, I think, yeah, that's, yes, thanks. As long as it's just a direct response to the question.
In answer to your question, it would increase cost. And if you'd like to know why, I can explain.
Oh, on the phone? Thank you. Okay.
That's a good yes/no question. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. The last speaker that I have for opposition in the room is Lorraine Ross. Identify yourself for the record and who you represent.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. My name's Lorraine Ross. I work with Intech Consulting. I'm here representing Dow Chemical, Dow Building Solutions, which is a major manufacturer of extruded polystyrene, to be different than expanded polystyrene, which was the only product tested in this particular research report. I have 35 years experience in foam insulation, in code development related to foam insulation, to research and development, fire testing, and actual installation and use. I worked, in the past, I worked for the company that actually commercialized polyiso insulation products, which are also a member of the insulation industry and used extensively in the state of California. I'm going to have to give you a very brief history of foam plastics and how it ended in the code. Foam plastics came in the market in the 1960s, got expanded use in the 1970s with the first energy crisis. Some people in the room don't remember that. We do. At the time, that product was being used primarily in agricultural buildings. It was also being used in residential construction, in walls and foundations. At the time, because this product is combustible, people thought that it's just like wood. You know, wood's combustible, foam plastic is just like wood, and it's going to perform the same way. After a series of very tragic fires, one in particular involving the death of 2 children in a basement that had exposed foam in it, a lawsuit was filed by the parents correctly. This gained the attention of the Federal Trade Commission, the U.S. Federal Trade Commission, who launched into a 3-year investigation into the way foam plastic was being tested, the way it was being advertised, and the way it was being used. As a result, there were 24 respondents to that investigation, mostly foam plastic insulation manufacturers, but also included ASTM, also included trade associations. And the industry came together, put together a $5 million at the time, 1976, so you can calculate what that investment was, to come up with safe uses of foam plastic insulation. One of the major outcomes, the first step, was the development of code language, surface burning characteristics, flame spread not to exceed 75, smoke developed not to exceed 450. And it also included the use of thermal barriers to separate the occupant from the foam. The first code, and I find this ironic, the first code in the United States to include those criteria was the 1976 Uniform Fire Code here in the state of California, Uniform Building Code. It quickly spread into the BOCA code, which was the other legacy codes. If you're code geeks, you know what we're talking about. Also the Standard Building Code, otherwise known as the Southern Building Code. With the consolidation of all those 3 into the ICC, these basic requirements have continued. So let's look at what this proposal does. It asks us to not test our products, these products without flame retardants, Just don't test them, just put them out there. Responsible manufacturers are really having a hard time with this. How can we throw away 35 years, 40 years of safe use of foam plastics and say, well, it's okay because AB 127 and now the fire marshal's office, and now if you accept this, which I hope you don't, California Building Commission is telling us, oh, you don't have to test anymore. I just wonder if the FTC will get involved in this again. I don't know that. But this is really the crux of what you're asking us to do. Put product out there with no fire testing. Manufacture a product in our plants, and this product is combustible. Make no mistake. Asking us to make this product in our plants without flame retardants. The reason Mr. Grant mentioned that it's going to cost, because we're going to have to do major modifications in our plant to use a more highly flammable product, if we even chose to do it. So we're asking you, or urging you respectfully to disapprove this. I can get into a whole lot more detail, and I probably will, since we have more time than I would have at the ICC.
Oh, don't take too
I'm not
much.
going to get carried away, don't worry. I'm like Marcelo, except maybe I talk a little slower. You heard already that the ICC has rejected this proposal 5 times. One of the reasons they rejected it at one point was there was no data. Now we have data. We have the OSU report. That OSU report proves
Go slow.
this product is not safe. It ignites more quickly. In fact, they did test it below dirt. They were looking at the shallow foundation applications. It burned the entire length. They never evaluate it below slab. They're making extrapolations that we think are not valid. Some of the other pieces here I think I'd like to address too. We've heard a lot about health. We've heard a lot about health, and I think that, and safety, environmental impacts, et cetera. No one's going to dispute that that's not important. Of course it is. Manufacturers are trying to make that balance. And all the concerns that were articulated today about health, it's kind of asking you and putting you in a tough position, you know. So make a distinction, make a balance. Is health a problem or is fire a problem? I'm going to tell you that there have been, over the last 10 years, assessments by governmental organizations, risk assessments around the world about the use of particular flame retardants in polystyrene insulation. It has allowed the continued use of flame retardants in polystyrene insulation. There has been, you heard that there was information from the EPA and information from REACH, which is the EU equivalent, Environment Canada, et cetera. I did hear comments about the new polymeric FR that we are using in our product. EPA, Design for the Environment, has found that that is the most advantageous substitute for the HBCD that was used before. There are now countries that have evaluated the polymeric FR in polystyrene and found them to be suitable. Those include, as I said, the US EPA, Environment Canada, EU REACH, the Nordic states, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, and most recently China. It says that this is an okay product. All those governments, those independent government assessments say it's okay, and now we hear that it's not okay. We are very much aware of the ACS article that was referenced by the last speaker. We're also aware that the main researcher was and is an employee of rock wool insulation, which is a non-foam insulation that is a major competitor to foam insulation. So we dispute those findings. Dow itself has data that will prove that the information and conclusions reached in that report are wrong. Let's get back to really really the end of it. The Oklahoma study, as I mentioned, is definitely flawed. There's real problems in there. We've heard a lot about the technical aspects of this, and it's just hard for me and my client to understand how, in the face of recent wildfires, you're going to approve or asking for approval of a product that can be lit off with a spark or a tossed cigarette. As Ted mentioned, you know, this product, and it's higher density than packaging. I would dismiss that part. You have a flatbed driving down the road in a forested area and there's a spark or whatever. I mean, this thing's going to light off. And that OSU report proves it. And the state of California owns that report now. So in addition to the technical, I just want to make a couple comments about process. I've learned a lot about the administrative regulations of the state of California over the last couple of years. And I know that in Part 1, Article 4, there's specific direction as to public participation. You've heard a lot about, you know, the Phase 1 and Phase 2. Phase 1 had, and I wrote this down and I'm going to read it to make sure I'm accurate. And this was right after AB 127 was passed. Phase 1 was convened by then State Fire Marshal Tanya Hoover. There were 32 members of that working group, representing every aspect of the construction industry, including foam insulation manufacturers, their respective trade associations, code-accredited testing laboratories, UL, Factory Mutual, Intertech, and some others, fire service, contractors and builders, the NGOs, legislative staff. Over the course of a year, I personally attended 10 meetings here in Sacramento of this working group, and that doesn't even begin to count the number of intervening conference calls that were held about this. All of this information, the minutes, the agendas, the minutes, everything about that working group are posted, and you can find them on the Office of State Fire Marshal's website. All of this led to a final report in 2015. And then in June of 2016, the legislature approved the $125,000 for OSU to evaluate the fire performance of non-FR shallow frost foundations, expanded polystyrene. An advisory group of 15 people, 5 of whom were university professors, was formed. No participation from builders, contractors, and only one foam manufacturer, and he came today, Ted Grant, who provided the experimental non-FR EPS, participated in that. There was little continuity, almost none, really none. I think it was one NGO who's no longer here with the Green Science Policy Institute, Avery Lindemann, was on Phase 1 and Phase 2, but that was about it. Specifically, I represented both Dow and the Associated Trade Associations on Phase 1. When we found out about the Oklahoma State University study, I contacted the major researcher, Robert Agnew, directly, asked to be participating on that. We were denied. It was only until the OSU report was issued that Dow found out that OSU actually tested their product. They tested a Dow product. They went to Home Depot or somewhere and bought it off the shelf. And we just wonder why OSU didn't contact us. I think you're hearing a trend here. We feel that we were shut out of the process. So when the OSU report was posted on the website in December of 2017, our coalition contacted the Office of the State Fire Marshal several times throughout 2018 because we saw in there that there was a recommendation for a code change proposal. So we kept calling the office to find out whether or not they were going to move forward with it. We were told no. It was only when the Code Advisory Committee, the Building, Fire, and Other Code Advisory Committee, issued their agenda for the July 31st, August 1 meeting that we discovered that, there's code language there. And we came forward at that time, made our case. We were grateful that the Code Advisory Committee recommended long-term further study. I have to point out, I was at that hearing, many people were in this room. One of the major reasons that they came to that conclusion was that there was almost no participation, no stakeholder outreach, which is required by the administrative code. It says, maintain a list. The proposing agency should maintain a listing of all interested groups. Certainly the fire marshal's office had the list. They had the list from people who participated in phase 1. Never heard a word. After the fire marshal decided to go forward with the 45-day express terms, we requested and were granted a meeting with Chief Matheson and his staff. We went and reviewed our concerns with them, asked once again to have a stakeholder meeting that would at least bring builder and contractors, people that will be handling this product, and see what they had to say about it. Never happened. So we believe that for 2 reasons on both fronts, both technically from the 9-point criteria and also from the process identified by California Administrative Code, that the requirements to put this forward are not fulfilled. So I'm going to end there and say we respectfully request that you disapprove this. And thank you very much. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Winkle, wearing my commissioner hat.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, just I want to make sure that this is an accurate restatement, is that the Code Advisory Committee recommendation, this is in our record, but I just want to make sure.
Yes.
That recommended long-term further study?
Yes.
Is that accurate? Question of the State Fire Marshal as well? Good, okay, thank you. Any other questions?
I
Commissioner
just had a
Booth and
question
Commissioner
on the OSU test. I understand you're objecting to it. Is the objection based on the methodology, in other words, how it was constructed and done, or the process or not the process, but by you not being there at the test?
Right. Because the advisory committee that they formed on the front end was so limited in scope, they did not have the proper input to do a proper experimental design. So we have real problems with the way the assessment was done, the way it was designed. We also have a major issue because polystyrene, there's 2 types, right? There's XPS, extruded polystyrene, which Dow and some others manufacture, and there's EPS. They only evaluated EPS with FR and non-FR. They never evaluated non-FR XPS, yet this proposal says polystyrene. It doesn't say only expanded polystyrene. It says polystyrene, and that is not true.
Okay, so the methodology and the materials you object to.
Methodology, materials, and the process was flawed.
Understood. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And it was an interesting history on polystyrene, et cetera, in that you gave us, but I think you left out a very critical element, which was in 1967, the advice given to Benjamin Braddock in the movie The Graduate. That's really set things going.
Would you say?
Plastics.
Yeah.
You need to put that one in.
Put that one in, I will. Okay.
Commissioner Klaus-Bruckner, you have a question?
Actually, this is a question for Greg. Is this the correct time to ask? Okay. Greg, are you aware of any fire loss history in the proposed application that you are currently eliminating, basically, which is use of the foam under a slab? Is there a fire loss history where in that particular fire, the foam under the slab contributed to the fire within the building, whether it's residence or otherwise?
Or under the,
But it's all flame retardant.
well, no.
Can I add one thing? All of the currently marketed foam that's in the market today is flame retardant. There is no non-flame retardant foam insulation available in the U.S. market.
Currently. Are there older buildings that have non-flame retardant materials under the slab?
Not in the United States. I was brought up about Norway, that they use it below in basements. The other fact of that is that Norway does not use foam insulation in walls or ceilings, so the opportunity for misuse is just not there. They use it below foundations and they use it below roadways. Yeah, but all foam insulation had flame retardants going back history-wise because there's no other way to meet that basic requirement that came into the codes in 1976.
Okay, now I have a follow-up question for you. Is your major concern misuse, or is it basically applying non-flame retardant to areas where you should not be if this regulation passes, or is your major concern with the actual foam encased in concrete, pretty much?
Yeah. Our major concern is that we have a long history of safe use of foam that, with the current codes as they stand. Asking us to manufacture, it's an option, so we don't have to do it. We won't make it. We feel that it's a terrible risk, a terrible fire risk, whether it is below concrete or not. That the product has a huge potential for misuse. It's going to be on the job site mixed up, or in a Home Depot with two different things, and homeowner comes in and takes the wrong product. That there's a huge potential for misuse. Even the OSU report cites the example of the worst misuse, I guess, that we've experienced in this country, which did not include real building insulation, but acoustic insulation, was the station nightclub fire. And that was a terrible misuse of product in the worst possible way you can imagine. And we are, also concerned for our industry. Our industry, as I said, with the FTC investigation, it was not everybody's foam burned, some people's foam burned, but the entire industry got into the soup on that. And if you have manufacturers that are out there, or maybe it's an imported product now, which now doesn't be tested, and now I don't know how you're going to regulate that, has some fire, the entire industry is going to get a black eye, and we're going to be back into a bad situation. And I'll highlight that right now, people who want to use below-grade foam, below-grade insulation without flame retardants can purchase foam glass. And it's a commercially available product, and if people want to use it, they can order it right now.
Yeah.
They don't have to use foam. That sounds strange for me to be promoting a competitive product, but that product's out there, and if they want to use it, they should.
That's a considerably more expensive product, however, correct?
It depends on what it depends on what you want to pay and what do you want. I mean, it would be a specialty.
That wasn't my question. The question was, it is a more expensive product.
Well, sure it is, but if it has a benefit that you want, then, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other?
This is Commissioner Sasaki. So as part of my practice, I look at fire damaged buildings. My job is to assess fire damage. All right, that's part of my job. And I've looked at hundreds of fire damaged structures, okay? Many of them, and all of them, guess what, with concrete foundations. Some, with perimeter foundations, but many with slabs on ground, on grade. I have, in the course of looking at these many fire damaged buildings, I have never seen. So typically on a slab on ground, what you have, particularly for residential construction, and we're looking at a fairly large fire damaged set of residential buildings in Oakland. There have been a number of large construction fires, okay, likely due to arson. And my job is to look at these fire damaged slabs and determine whether or not the concrete can be saved or has to be or can be repaired. But part of that is also looking at the plumbing fixtures that extend through those slabs. In the most recent one, what we have is PVC pipe, plumbing pipe coming through those. The worst slab, and I was out there last week, and this is very typical, the fire damage extends, yes, to the top of slab, and sometimes down. In this case, this is a 11-inch post-tension slab. In some cases, an inch or two beyond that. And what I mean by fire damage is when you look down the hole of a 4-inch diameter PVC pipe, which is a fairly large diameter, there is discoloration, but there's not necessarily what I would call extreme fire damage, meaning it didn't catch on fire. And the reasons are because concrete is an incredibly good insulator. So part of my investigations are to take concrete cores of this fire-exposed concrete. And I've taken hundreds of cores, some very large fires, some fires for Caltrans. And what we find is that the depth of fire damage into the concrete is shallow. And this is 100% of the time. So you may have a fire, a spalled surface that might be 2 inches of spalling, but when we examine the concrete below the area of spalling, what we find is that the depth of fire damage is typically limited to less than 3/8 of an inch. As you go beyond that 3/8 of an inch, the temperatures drop drastically. And so I understand, then this is more from the technical standpoint, that there has been no testing, okay, of this configuration. And I understand that the material product itself is flammable, but in this configuration, based on my personal observations of fire damage, it's hard for me to see where this particular construction that's being proposed is going to increase the risk for occupants or others in these buildings. And thus, so what I have is...
Can she respond to the question?
Well, let me just say,
He's taking longer than I did.
So what I have here is we have a lack of testing, right, of this particular configuration.
Right.
But we do have sort of our practical knowledge about how fires progress and how they occur. And then what's in front of the commissioners here is an issue of you know, the issue of public safety and whether or not we, I don't know, have confidence in what the proponents have been describing. Anyway, so I'm just trying to explain sort of my thought process and trying to evaluate, well, this proposal or this amendment.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Was there foam insulation underneath these slabs that you've investigated?
No.
No. Secondly, I think that there's no one here who would dispute the fact that if you had foam encased in concrete, it would be okay. The problem is getting it manufactured. If you look at what we call the supply chain, okay, it doesn't kind of get immediately transported off the end of the line in the plant to the encapsulation. And you have to look at, I mean, we look at life cycle all the time. You have to look at every point and see what that risk is. And we're saying, you know, we're telling you that our plants are designed to handle products, and we add flame retardants not just because of the code. Once it's installed, we're looking at safety in our own plants. I mean, these products are flammable. So we have to look at safety within the plant, and we're telling you that non-FR, to manufacture that product is a hazard. To transport it, to store it, to let it on the job site, and you've had experiences here in California with construction fires, I know, that have shut down the interstate.
Okay.
So you have to think about that part as well.
We've gotten somewhat astray in terms of
Yeah.
the end-use conditions are the ones that the code's dealing with.
Right.
I think these are relevant comments, but, and this is not meant to be a debate.
I understand.
So, hopefully there are no other commission comments.
Nope.
He said, hopefully. And I think that we're done with
Okay.
testimony
Thank
here.
you.
we'll look at those folks who have been waiting on the phone to testify on, and I've lost track, it's item 12A. Yes, I'm just restating. It's 12A, item number 17, which is the omission or the use of non-fire retardant treated foam underneath concrete slabs. As a quick summary, is there anyone on the telephone who is waiting to speak on that? Toggle yourself into the queue with 1 and 0. Let's see who's there.
You have 5 questions remaining.
Okay. Could we have the first commenter and give us your name and who you represent and your position on the proposal, please? Thank you.
Hello, this is Dr. Michael Lipset. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm a retired public health physician who worked in California State Service for nearly 30 years, serving as the chief of the Environmental Health Investigations Branch in the Department of Public Health. In my capacity as a physician, I urge the Commission to adopt the Fire Marshal's proposal. There is a long history of flame retardants being marketed with little chronic toxicity testing data and unsubstantiated industry reassurances about their safety.
Go a little bit more slowly, please.
Okay, I'm sorry.
We're trying to transcribe this for the speech.
Okay, all right. That's actually more slowly than I usually speak, but that's
Okay.
I'll slow it down.
Appreciate it.
Okay. A perfect example of this is HBCD. For years, the predominant flame retardant used in foam insulation, which has now been banned throughout much of the world because of its persistence and toxicity to humans and the environment. In recent years, HBCD has been replaced by poly-FR, mentioned by Dr. Charbonnet, and I think it was the Dow representative. This new flame retardant, this polymer, is being advertised as green and safe. However, there are virtually no independent data related to its potential environmental fate or long-term effects. It was mentioned also that German researchers reported earlier this month that when this chemical, subjected to UV light and heat, it will degrade into scores of different compounds, some of which bear structural similarities to banned flame retardants. So is poly-FR yet another regrettable substitution of one toxic flame retardant for another? There are virtually no data on which to base such an assessment, despite what the Dow representative stated with respect to the putative safety of this product. She cited various government agencies' approval, or they're not regulating it. This is a total red herring. Let's not forget that government agencies, U.S. and others, have routinely allowed the use of chemicals for use based on incomplete data, decisions that were later found to have compromised public health. Other flame retardants in particular come to mind. For instance, FireMaster 550, used in polyurethane foam as a substitute for the polybromine. Am I going too quickly or not?
No, slow down
okay?
a little bit. You're doing pretty well.
Okay, I'm almost done. Okay, the other flame retardants come to mind, and FireMaster 550, which is used in polyurethane foam as a substitute for PBDEs, or polybrominated diphenyl ethers. These were flame retardants that were found in California homes and residences at the highest levels in the world due to our former furniture flammability standard. So in the absence of relevant data, why continue to require the use of HBCD, or excuse me, of poly-FR or other flame retardants in foam insulation in an application where there is no demonstrable fire safety benefit? I urge you to adopt the Fire Marshal's proposed code change and to allow consumers, builders, architects, and others a choice of using a less toxic product without compromising fire safety. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to have to ask the folks, I think there are 4 calls. If I heard correctly, we had 5 and we just took one. Ask the folks who are in queue to wait because we need to, I think, to take about a 10-minute or 15-minute break for the transcriber. It's been over an hour since we started. So we'll take a quick break. The other, I'll remind folks, we have until 4:30. We have 3 other items beyond this one. We'll be lucky if we get to one of the 3, but we'll see what happens. As I say, of those folks on the phone, please wait. We will be back to you. Thanks. Okay, we're gonna, okay, we're gonna get started. We've got hopefully some folks still on the telephone. I believe we had 4 calls left. We're reconvening on the telephone public comment on State Fire Marshal item 12A, item 17, which is fire retardant foam code amendments. So let's go to the telephone. Is everybody here and back? Yes? I would also let the speakers on the phone know that please speak about the code change and to the record about what we're dealing with. We've heard a lot of testimony. I've not been very rigorous about reining people in about testifying on items that are not on the record on either side. And I think people were quite good about not doing too much of that, but I would hope that the phone folks don't get too far afield in the testimony. Keep it on point to what's proposed for code change. Thank you. Let's go to the phones.
You have 6 questions remaining.
Okay. That's what happens when you get off
Hello.
the phone. No good deed.
My name's Adam Wood.
Yes.
I'm a active San Francisco firefighter and also a board member of the San Francisco Firefighters Cancer Prevention Foundation. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Firefighters in San Francisco realized that we had a problem with cancer before we fully understood what was causing that problem. We've got an elevated risk versus the general population for 8 different families of cancer. Our female firefighters in San Francisco are contracting breast cancer at a rate 6 times higher than premenopausal women in the general population. And in a department of roughly 1,500 firefighters, we currently have a caseload of over 70 active and retired firefighters battling cancer. We now know that one of the primary sources of our carcinogenic exposures is chemical flame retardants. And with that knowledge, we feel an urgent need to speak out against the unnecessary use of these chemicals, partly to protect future generations of firefighters, but also because firefighters as a profession have been used by the chemical industry to promote the use of these products before we fully understood the threat they pose to our health and how little they actually do to stop the spread of fire. Today, through our work, we are intensely exposed to these chemicals in their most toxic state when they're on fire. But these are the same chemicals that break down over time into fine powdered form, contaminating all of our home and work environments. We strongly support the State Fire Marshal's proposal. It achieves the goal of fire safety while providing consumers and builders with the choice not to unnecessarily place the health of firefighters and the public at risk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next in the queue, please.
You have 5 questions remaining.
Yes. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. This is Bill Kelly, Chief Building Official for the County of Marin, and my comments today reflect the position of Marin in alignment with our letter to you dated October 12, 2018. But I'm also speaking today on behalf of the County Building Officials Association of California, a California ICC chapter and California State Association of Counties affiliate organization in representation of the chapter president and executive board. I have also been asked to speak today on behalf of the California Building Officials, California's statewide preeminent ICC chapter, in alignment with their letter to you dated January 15, 2019, as a representative of CalBO's president and executive board. Notwithstanding these 3 testimonies today, I'll still be brief.
Please, appreciate it.
The County of Marin the County Building Officials Association of California and the California Building Officials urge your support of the State Fire Marshal's proposed amendments under Agenda Items 12A, 12B, and 12H to permit the optional application of below-slab rigid polystyrene insulation without integral fire retardant. We all agree the common sense of the supporting arguments for this proposal are simple and compelling. The presence of fire retardant chemicals in rigid polystyrene contribute to environmental toxicity and firefighter health risks, while serving no practical fire-resistive benefit in below-slab applications where there is insufficient oxygen to support combustion. No appreciable burden or risk would result for building inspectors, as we are already used to confirming labeling requirements on the job site when inspecting water, gas piping, electrical cabling, as well as numerous other construction materials in conforming to code. So we already have established protocols for this method of ensuring compliance. As code officials, our conviction is that continuing our past practice of requiring this hazardous exposure to remain would be not only ineffective and unnecessary, but frankly, irresponsible. We believe we and you now have a moral and environmental obligation to correct it. On behalf of these organizations, we urge you to exercise your discretion and support the proposed amendments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was spoken slowly and succinctly. We appreciate that. Next, the next caller, please, in the queue.
You have 4 questions remaining.
Hi, my name is Jay Fleming. I'm a deputy chief on the Boston Fire Department. I've been a firefighter for 40 years. Most importantly for this hearing, I was the fire marshal for 9 of those years, and as such, I actually enforced the strictest fire codes in the country relative to the requiring fire retardants, and that was because of the Coconut Grove fire back in 1942.
Speak a little bit more slowly, please. Thanks.
Sure. Sorry, I'm from Boston. And forgive my accent. I can't help it late now. We used to get a lot of questions, particularly me as the fire marshal, about was it really necessary? And so, fortunately for me, I work near probably the largest fire safety library in the world at the National Fire Protection Association. And so I started going down there looking for proof that these were worth it. The problem was I couldn't find it, and I was shocked to see that there was so little evidence that the massive use of these flame retardants actually made a difference. There was evidence that they changed the way these materials performed in fire tests, but there wasn't any real information or research that supported that they changed the way fires burnt in the real world. In fact, the only evidence I could find was that when you add flame retardants to plastic material, it caused more smoke to be produced, and it caused it to be more irritating and more toxic. As a consequence, the way that might even decrease the time that you had to escape a house. But more importantly, the risk to firefighters, as was mentioned earlier, is exponentially greater because of the atmosphere that we're operating in, despite the fact that we had self-contained breathing apparatus. When I first got on the job in 1978, a lot of the firefighters were dying of cancer, but it was all lung and bowel. My father died of bowel, but I was with him when they x-rayed his lungs, and they thought he had smoked 4 packs a day, and he had never smoked in his life.
Slow down a little bit more.
Sure. We thought that because we were wearing self-contained breathing apparatus that we wouldn't get those types of cancers. And to a great extent, we were right. What we didn't understand, that now we do, was that we were going to get these other types of cancers, the types of cancers that have been associated with flame retardants, and we were going to get them at a younger age. I've been to many funerals of friends who died in structural fires. I was in 3 buildings where firefighters died at the time that they were dying. And I'd go to the funerals, and I would feel sad, but I never thought it was tragic because it's just an unfortunate part of the job. But I am going to more and more funerals where my friends and coworkers are dying of cancers, and I feel that these are tragic because there was no benefit to the risk that they absorbed. I went over the State Fire Marshal's report. I thought it was excellent. I want to comment on a couple things. If you'll notice, when the industry refers to the fire safety benefits of flame retardants, they do two things. They either refer to some generic reduction in fire deaths over the last 40 years that they intend to take credit for, of which there is no evidence that ties those two together. Or two, they'll cite some catastrophic fire, like the Rhode Island nightclub fire, that has nothing to do with this bill. Those are the only two pieces of evidence that they ever provide. That on top of the fact that when you add flame retardants, you can change the way that these materials burn in lab-scale fire tests. The other thing that I wanted to mention regarding, and I wasn't involved with Phase 1 or Phase 2, but I have been involved with California State Fire Marshal task forces in the past. I was the only person in the fire service.
You're going to have to slow down a little bit. You got to
Sorry.
slow down.
So when the industry typically talks about consensus and how it sounds great, of course we want consensus. What that means, though, if you are on an NFPA committee or an underwriter laboratories committee, of which I have done both, consensus means a 2/3 majority. The industry knows this. And so because of that definition, typically when you suggest consensus, what you are actually doing is suggesting that you give the industry the right to veto anything that they don't like. And I read the Phase 1 report, and I didn't find any of it was a very thorough report and very fair because both sides were able to make comments. I didn't find any of the industry concerns to be compelling. So I just wanted to stress that I have lived with this issue for over 25 years, and I have tried to find the benefit because when you have spent your life trying to save people from fires, you are extremely careful because when I have had friends die in fires, I don't want any fires, but more importantly, I will put firefighters' lives at risk. I'll send them into a burning building, and I'm not always sure they're going to come back. I will do that if there is a benefit. There is no benefit, no documented, clear-cut benefit that the use of these products has saved a single life in a fire. And I've looked for it, and I can't find it. Instead of assuming the fire safety benefit and then putting the burden of proof on the people who think there's a health risk, I think the opposite should happen. We should assume there's a health risk, there's tons of documentation, and make the industry prove the benefit. Make them find the evidence that this chemical makes a difference. I appreciate the time. I probably went over my 2 minutes. Forgive me for that.
Yeah,
I get it laid out there.
okay.
So thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Next caller.
You have 3 questions remaining.
Okay, the next caller in line, identify
Hello.
yourself. Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Wes Sullins. I work at the U.S. Green Building Council as the Director of Codes Technical Development. The U.S. GBC is a mission-based nonprofit with over 11,000 member companies worldwide and a strong capital. We support the State Fire Marshal's Proposal 12A, Item 17. Our organization worked closely with the lead on 7, and our members continue to participate as stakeholders while the State Fire Marshal reviewed flammability standards for building insulation. As mentioned previously, code change would make adding flame retardants optional for certain applications. That is a proposal we support fully to allow building owners the voluntary choice to select alternatives that minimize potential environmental impacts. I wanted to address the scale and use of these products and construction techniques. Why with the rise of the requirements for zero energy homes and buildings in
Can
California,
you slow down
I think
just
it's
a little bit?
possible that-
We have it's not a great connection, so you need to go a little more slowly, please.
Got it. So with the rise in requirements for zero energy homes and buildings in California, it's possible that underslab insulation will become increasingly important for certain project types because of the need for energy efficiency and squeezing every bit out of building envelopes. So it's possible that insulation strategies of tomorrow may look different than those of yesterday. And in summary, California is a global leader in sustainability and green building. We applaud the State Fire Marshal for bringing this proposal forward and recommend the BSC approve this code change. Thank you.
Thank you.
You have 2 questions remaining.
Okay, the next caller in the queue, please.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. I'll try to keep this brief. I'm Avery Lindeman. I'm representing myself. I worked for 4 years at Green Science Policy Institute and represented the Institute in the State Fire Marshal's Phase 1 working group on flammability standards for building insulation materials. I also served on the advisory task force for the research conducted at Oklahoma State University as part of Phase 2. Researchers at Oklahoma State felt strongly that academic freedom and academic integrity be maintained throughout the Phase 2 process. As a result, my understanding is that they did not accept task force participants who stipulated that they would only participate if they were granted the ability to approve or disapprove publication of the final report. My understanding is that at least one person who testified in opposition today fell into that category. The advisory task force for Phase 2 did include several fire officials and fire safety experts, a building official, an insulation manufacturer who you've heard from, and a fire protection engineer from the NFPA Research Foundation. The researchers at Oklahoma State University were impartial, thorough, and professional. They conducted small and medium-scale tests intended to illustrate fire risks for installed or in situ below-grade insulation and for insulation and other construction materials in bulk storage.
Slow down
The
just a
conditions
little.
used-
Could you slow down
Yes.
just a little?
Yes, I will. The conditions used for the in situ testing were specifically chosen to represent an unlikely worst-case scenario. 3 outsiders observed this testing. The first was myself. The second was Ted Grant from Atlas EPS, whose testimony you heard. And the third was Jess Beidel of Jensen Hughes, who was representing the American Chemistry Council and had also participated in the Phase 1 working group on behalf of the ACC. For those who may not know, the American Chemistry Council is a trade association that includes major foam plastic, insulation, and plastics industry members. In fact, my understanding is that the ACC formally requested to the State Fire Marshal's office that they be allowed to observe the testing and that this request was approved. The ACC opted to send Jess Beidel, who attended and took copious notes. As observers, all 3 of us were able to ask questions and comment on the research in real time. Though they had the opportunity, neither Jess Beidel nor Ted Grant provided the types of critiques you have heard from the opposition today when they were present at the testing. Oklahoma State University's research, which was summarized in a formal report, clearly demonstrates that this proposed code change would not reduce fire safety. In addition, the prescribed labeling addresses concerns about potential mix-up or unknowing misuse of materials. The full details of OSU's research, including a literature review and the experimental fire testing, are clearly and transparently laid out in that report. In addition, the State Fire Marshal's office has addressed the numerous comments they received on this proposal during the Code Action Committee process. The team at Oklahoma State University and the staff at the Office of the State Fire Marshal have managed a diverse and vocal group of stakeholders throughout this lengthy process. They have conducted extensive due diligence, which supports the proposed changes, and I respectfully urge your approval. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll go to the next call in the queue.
You have 1 question remaining.
Go ahead.
Yes, commissioners, good afternoon.
Yes, you can.
My
We can
name
hear
is-
you. We can hear you.
Okay. My name is Mark Leno, speaking in support of the proposal. I served 14 years representing San Francisco in the State Assembly and Senate, most of them battling the toxic flame retardant industry. Very briefly, I'd like to share my experience. Over 8 years and 4 bills, the chemical industry spent more than $20 million on disinformation campaigns, all based on the fear that our legislation to limit the use of toxic flame retardants would kill you and your children. Their lobbyists lied. Their so-called expert witnesses were paid by them to lie, and their credibility was destroyed by a 4-part front-page Chicago Tribune investigative expose. Their front group, called Citizens for Fire Safety, was exposed to be fraudulent. It was not an advocacy community of teachers, firefighters, students, clergy, labor, and business leaders. It was revealed to merely be 3 international multi-billion-dollar chemical corporations solely funded by them to deceive legislatures and the public. They were never concerned about the serious detrimental health and environmental effects to communities, families, and firefighters. They were only concerned about their profits. Concluding, as California's new Technical Bulletin 117-2013 has demonstrated, we can have equally fire-safe standards without the use of these worthless, toxic flame retardants. I ask for your support of this very thoughtful proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the call queue?
You have 1 question remaining.
Yes, my name is Dr. Vito Bobrowskis. I represent myself, and I'm speaking in favor of the proposal. I earned the first PhD ever awarded in fire protection engineering in 1976, and that was from Cal Berkeley. I support the State Fire Marshal's proposal to allow the choice of building insulation without flame retardants below slab. This material will not create a fire safety risk to the overlying structure or building occupants. When installed below grade, the insulation will not be exposed to ignition sources.
Slow down
and
just
the
a little
oxygen
bit.
supply-
Please, could you slow
And the
just a little bit? Slow down.
Yes, sir. And the oxygen supply to any combustion process would be extremely limited. But most important is that historically, toxicity issues received little interest from the codes, and this is the right time that this gets changed. Furthermore, the testing by Oklahoma State University found that there was no significant difference in the fire performance of polystyrene foam insulation with and without added flame retardants. And GSBI scientists have extended the scope with additional tests and have seen results similar to OSU. Myself, I have authored academic literature describing how flame retardants are unnecessary for fire safety when located behind the thermal protection afforded by barriers such as a concrete slab. To get back to my previous point, we should do all we can to make societally sound decisions. It is not sound to have situations where the toxic harm potential is high while fire safety benefits are minuscule or nil. We do not have to speculate about the latter point. We will not be pioneering. I will point out that Sweden and Norway have been using non-FR building insulation foams for around a decade now and have found no fire safety impact in the actual world. For these reasons, I strongly encourage the Building Standards Commission to approve the State Fire Marshal's proposed code changes. Thank you.
Thank you.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay. I'm going to declare the public comment period closed. Find the script and see what we do next. That concludes the public comment portion. We'll turn 12A back to the commissioners, and we'll entertain a motion at this time to consider the office. And this, now we're back on the entire motion, including items 1 through 17, unless we want to divide the question.
Can you refresh my memory? Were there any amendments to any of these sections that we should?
There were a number of withdrawals, but I think...
Those were withdrawals, but not amendments, yeah.
Okay, it was a while ago.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. But I think we addressed all I think the commissioners questioned the items as we went through them. I would ask for our Attorney General's representative to give us a little bit of quick discussion about what we're supposed to be considering. And I guess the question is, should we consider the entire motion, or do we want to subdivide it between 17 and the bulk, or is that our pleasure?
It's at the commission's pleasure. If there's any reason to divide them, like you might vote differently on certain items, you could do that. And if not, you can entertain a motion on the entire item. But just a reminder to the commission that some of the public comments made may have been a little bit off the record that was produced, so those should not be considered, those comments that are not on the record that was before you.
And that also applies to the commission as far as discussion about keeping to the record of what's before us. So that I would ask whoever wants to make a motion, you can decide whether you want to make the motion for the entire 12A item, or whether you want to divide the question between item 17 subset and all of the rest, or some other combination.
Commissioner Sasaki, I would move to approve the entire package, 12A.
Commissioner Klaus-Bruckner, second.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Discussion by the commission on that motion.
This is Commissioner Klaus-Bruckner. Flame retardant foams, in my opinion, do work in many instances. I do not want to be flying a plane with exposed foam that is not flame retardant. But in this case, and as Dr. Bobrowskis mentioned during his testimony, in most cases where it's encased in concrete or other materials, there's no fire loss history, not in this country or in any other country, and I think we're moving in the correct direction in taking a second look at flame retardant products and see which applications are valid and which applications we may want to do further research in.
Okay, other comments?
One more, I apologize. As far as transportation and construction, that's not within the scope of this evaluation. However, I will point out that there's plenty of other combustible materials on a construction site. We have construction fires. Additionally, there's plenty of products that are very combustible on open truck beds, moving from one side of this country to the next.
Okay. Procedural
Sorry,
comment?
just procedural. So earlier today, you requested this with 3 withdrawal items.
Yes.
So if it's an approve of the package, it's approve as amend, because he's requesting today to withdraw several items.
Okay. So would the maker of the motion like to amend the motion?
Commissioner Sasaki, yes, I would like to amend the motion to move for adoption and approval of the 12A package with amendment including the withdrawal of those 3 items.
Okay, does a seconder agree with that?
Commissioner Klaus-Bruckner, second.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on the part of the commission?
Just to be clear on the motion, so we're approving items 12A through 12G?
No.
12A is omitted?
No.
Or just 12A?
Just 12A. We have approved,
Section 1 through
some of the
17.
other subset items previously, but we held off on A, B, G, and H. A, B, F, and H. But right now, the only motion that's before us is 12A, which has had subset of items, but the motion is to approve 12A as a whole item, which is basically Title II, the California Building Code, State Fire Marshal's amendments as amended.
I understand, thank you.
Everyone clear on the motion? Any comments? Okay, let's take the roll.
Commissioner Booth?
Yes.
Commissioner Klaus-Buckner?
Yes.
Commissioner Mickelton?
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki?
Aye.
Commissioner Winkle?
Yes.
Commissioner Patel?
Yes.
Commissioner Santillan?
He's absent.
Commissioner Legray?
Okay, that's affirmative for all of the present commissioners. And I think that we have approached the time when we have to end. Do we have any possibility of moving forward? Or
We have a little leeway, but we'd have to see how long the next item goes.
we have 12B is basically the residential code, if my memory serves me correctly.
You are correct.
I guess the question is, what happens if we open this and run out of time? We just recommence, or we go as far as we can?
Right, so it would be better procedurally to continue the item to the next meeting if we can't be finished.
Okay.
Commissioner, this one is a fairly short one.
Say again?
This one should be fairly short.
Can we lump them together? Is that not possible? Because I think they're all fairly similar.
You could lump them together, but if you now lump them together and you can't finish them, then then you're kind of in
okay.
limbo. So you're.
I don't think there's any drama on the rest.
I'm trying to get a sense of the audience. I don't want to shortchange. I mean, basically, for clarity, what we're talking about is if these are continued, this would be rescheduled to a time and date certain in the future, which is likely going to be somewhere on the order of a month to 6 weeks, rather than coming back tomorrow or anything like that. So it's, I don't know, it seems, to stop in midstream doesn't make any sense. I mean, I guess the question, can I see a show of hands, or are there folks who, if we tried to dispose of these items, would feel shortchanged, or that I do not want to foreclose debate on any of these things, and I'm trying to get a sense from the audience of how many folks would like to testify, or would they feel that would they be repeating comments they'd already made, which is my sense, but I can't speak for you. In terms of, I think the questions that are in the remaining items are the same that were disposed of in 12A, especially for item 17. But like I said, I don't want to leave anybody feeling shortchanged. Question? You okay? Okay. Then I'm going to propose, we'll take a flyer at proposing 12B, which is the California Residential Code.
B?
12H?
B.
12F is the Fire Code. 12F is the California Fire Code amendments. And 12G, which is, or 12H.
12H,
which is the administrative.
Oh, okay.
No, the California Reference Standards Code.
Okay.
Okay, can you address that very quickly?
Certainly. The residential code, we're just bringing in the corresponding things for the WUI. We're correlating with our photovoltaic. We're actually removing the things that we had brought in intervening, and then adopting the model code. Same with item 3 on the energy storage systems, and the correlating language for the flammability standards. Other than that, we're just moving our amendments forward to the next edition, and then adopting the new version. That's
Okay,
it.
then the next one would be the Fire Code.
The fire code has a little bit more.
The fire code, we are actually withdrawing, just like we did in the building code, SFM 06/18-1-16. Same thing on the banner on the common use. We have the core language with the changes in the high rise. This is all under item 1, SFM 06/18-1-48. 06/18-1-50, 06/18/1-56, and 06/18-1-61. And that's all on the same topic on just redoing the high rise. We'd miss those and it correlates. On that, it's just all editorial. In carbon monoxide, item 2, we are withdrawing 06/18-3-3.1, and that's on the carbon monoxide, the exception. There was some discussion that may be in contradiction to the intent of the law, so that's going to need some more work. Other than that, we're moving forward with the regulations through all the different work groups, saying things from the Work L group, and then higher education. The only one that might bring up some is the that's actually different than the building code is the gaseous hydrogen mobile fueling, which we did on a work group. This would allow mobile fueling of gaseous hydrogen mobile, and there was some safety guidelines in there. It is very different than liquefied hydrogen, which in the code in this regulation prohibits it liquefied. So, by the way, this will take 10 to 15 minutes to get half a tank of hydrogen with this process. But it gives an option to the industry out there. It does limit the size of the containers that can be used to 2 kilograms. And the safeties are very similar to that with the gasoline, except you don't have a spill hazard because everything's going up. And yes, you cannot do it in a building.
You cannot. That's a good idea.
And so that wraps up.
One question, there was one withdrawal under the fire code, 18-1-78 that you didn't refer to. I think it's item 9. Did you just skip over that one? Is that still intended?
That was already withdrawn.
Okay.
In our 15 days, so that's already been taken out.
Okay. So
this is
it's
just
not on the list. It's different than the list that I just
right.
want to make sure.
This is just the things we just on the little cleanup that we had.
Okay.
Yes, we withdrew item 9.
Okay.
And we changed item 10 to match what's in the building code on the stair width. So we did read some public comments on those. We addressed all those issues in the same way.
Okay.
Because it correlates with the building code.
Ellie had a question.
Ellie?
Go right ahead.
In the interest of time, I have one comment for maybe possibly improving in the interim cycle. On page 62 of 107, section 5809.4.1, which is in reference to mobile hydrogen fueling. The exception discusses how fueling hydrogen fuel vehicles on a public street during a roadside emergency is okay. You guys may want to expand on what is a roadside emergency. If it's just somebody running out of fuel, so be it. But if it's something else, there might be some serious hazardous issues associated with that.
That is a point, and it was a point of discussion. We talked about what an emergency is, and
if you guys could expand on it or improve on it in the interim cycle, that's fine.
certainly.
Okay. Any other comments on that? So then the other one would be item 12H, the reference standards.
12 only has one proposal, and that is to bring the change in the reference standard to match with the foam insulation under the foundation with the exact same language, just in the one section.
So, and it's as published in our
absolutely
our book with no withdrawals or amendments. Okay. So.
Oh, and there was one other thing on my talking point I did want to bring up. In our battery storage systems, we'll have a little bit of cleanup we may have to do because we brought in the intervening code cycle, and then we're taking it out now, and that is our intent. They did change some sections around during their coordination package, and so we may have missed a couple things, and we don't want duplicate of saying the exact same thing. There's no conflict, but we'll catch this on the editorial. But I just wanted to get that on the record that.
Okay, thank you for reading that on the record. So then, if we want to make a motion, it would be considering the proposals as amended for State Fire Marshal items 12B, which is the California Residential Code, 12, help me with the 12F, Frank, for the California Fire Code, and 12H is in Harry for the California Reference Standards Code.
Yes, sir.
That's what happens when you get in a hurry. First the verdict, then the trial. So, do we have any public comment? And I don't mean to shortchange people. If folks reconsidered and they think they need to say something, please do. I don't want to. We're not just trying to make the trains run on time. We want to do this right. And we also then, I see we have no public comment cards. I see no one rising to speak. We should check on the telephone and remind them that, and what this is for the residential code, the fire code, and the reference standard code. Parts 12B is the residential code, 12F is the fire code, 12H is the reference standard code, all state fire marshal proposals.
You have one question remaining.
Kevin Reinertson, Riverside County Fire, representing the California Fire Chiefs Association.
Hi, Kevin.
We support, good afternoon, commissioners, and Wendy and Greg. Real quickly, would like to offer our support for the SFM's rulemaking packages for all three packages. We have some neutral positions, but we'll leave those where they're at. One particular item of the fire code, Greg referenced the hydrogen fueling. I wanted to go on record that these are not building standards and that the commission's approval of these is just to have them printed into the code, I'm hoping, for local jurisdictions to adopt. I just wanted to make that point. And that's it. Thank you very much.
And the state fire marshal is concurring with that comment.
We put that in the FSOR also, that we're bringing it in because it's not a building standard.
Okay, yeah, that's in the record. That's an agreement with Mr. Reinertson's comment. We'll check the phone.
Thank you.
With our fingers crossed, we'll check the phone one more time.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, now we can close the public comment. And we'll take it back to the commission. So we're basically looking for a motion of, as amended for 12B, 12B is in Boy, the California Residential Code, 12F is in Frank, the California Fire Code, 12H is in Harry, the California Reference Standard Code, State Fire Marshal proposed adoption and amendments.
Commissioner Booth moves for approval of B, F, and H. As amended.
Commissioner Klaas-Berkner, second.
Okay, so we're voting on the entirety of those three packages.
Yes, sir.
Is the commission clear on what the motion and second is?
Yes.
Okay, any comments or questions? Okay, so we should call the roll probably on each one. Well, it's one motion, so we'll call it as one roll. Okay?
Commissioner Booth?
Yes.
Commissioner Klaas-Buckner?
Yes.
Commissioner Mickelton? Aye. Commissioner Sasaki?
Aye.
Commissioner Winkle?
Yes?
Commissioner Patel?
Yes.
Commissioner Alegre?
The motion is unanimous among the present commissioners, so each items 12B, 12F, and 12H have been adopted as amended. And I believe that that's the last item on the agenda. Future items.
But wait, there's more.
Yes. Okay. The next on the item agenda is item 13, future agenda items. Do any commissioners have any items they would like to place on the agenda for the future? I have one item briefly that I would like to put on, we've discussed with the staff. I would like to put on the agenda for the commission to consider looking at the various ways that each agency has presented code changes, of which there is a wide variety, and that we should look at ones that seem to be successful versus less successful and come up with maybe some style and whatever we can do within the administrative regulations that we have of guidance for agencies, including the Building Standards Commission, but other agencies about code changes for future.
That's a good idea.
I agree, and if we are going to switch to electronic format eventually, that format might be easier if it's expanded to show the entire code chapters with the strike through and the underline as a possibility. This way, we're not carrying 12 volumes, but
Okay,
it'll be easier.
Any other items? Okay. Then we need a motion for adjournment.
Commissioner Sasaki moved to adjourn.
Commissioner Winkle, as Commissioner Winkle, second.
We don't have to vote on that, do we?
No.
No?